morning, everyone. I'm afraid Ben and I still aren't assigned interpreters. I mean, the interpretation won't work if we don't have interpreters assigned. So I think you just need to update the interpreting settings and click update to add both of us, and then it should work. Clara?
I think it was Clara. Clara,
So,
can you
no,
hear me?
it was Eleanor. Hi. Sorry, I
Ben.
should have introduced myself. Hi.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry, you were saying?
That Ben and I still haven't been assigned as interpreters.
Yes, that's what we're trying to sort out, because I don't know
Okay.
if it actually worked, because John and Clara, we didn't have to assign them. So I'm not sure how it actually happened from their side. So that's what we're trying to sort out.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Athinkasi. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. This is Clara. Can you hear me?
Yes, Clara, please go ahead.
Yes. I was wondering, I may know how to sort it out, but I would need to be handed the rights, the host right. Want I hand it back to you after I do that? Just if it helps.
Clara, I've made you a host.
Okay, let me check. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to start it, and I think it will work, and I will give you back the hosting rights. So give me a second. Once I do that, you won't hear me because I'll be in my channel. So if you want to, you have to select either English or Spanish in my case. Okay.
Can you add me, Clara, before you leave?
Yes, I'm adding everyone. So just one second, I'll click on start and we'll all go to our channels. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry. hear you. Listen. I can hear you. Yes, you are quite audible. Loud and clear. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone. Shall we get started? So my name's Imran Valodia. I'm the director of SCIS and also the Pro Vice Chancellor for Climate Sustainability and Inequality at WITS. It's a kind of great pleasure for us at SCIS to have you all here. I know that kind of at least some of you have traveled a long way to be here. We have some folk from kind of embassies of the partner countries to this work, And I know we have a large audience online as well. So kind of really, really pleased to have you all here, and kind of looking forward to kind of to a detailed kind of interrogation and discussion of this fantastic work that's been done by all of you on the kind of issue of the issue of intersectionality. So when we started the center, we kind of officially launched SCIS in 2016, kind of, I think. But we were starting to think about this question from at least 2014. And I think from that time, this kind of question of of kind of intersectionality was very kind of prominent in how one should kind of think about the kind of questions of inequality. I think what was less clear and kind of something that we'd been grappling with for some time is that while we would all be quite supportive of the kind of idea that work on inequality should take a perspective of kind of intersectionality, quite what that meant practically and quite what that would mean kind of operationally from a research point of view was something that was not at all clear, and something that we'd been kind of grappling with at that time quite a lot. I think what you've all achieved through this project is to take forward that kind of debate, and I think this work that the kind of center's done in partnership with all of you has really kind of allowed us for the first time to think through how you would take a concept that we would all agree is important and actually put that in practice. So my own sense is that the work that's been done on this project is really path-breaking work that has kind of really, really advanced the kind of global ideas about how we think about inequality. And with that, I think I want to really say how grateful we are to all of you who've been part of this work, but also who've done the real kind of hard work in all of the countries that have been part of the study, to kind of really congratulate you on what I think is a fantastic piece of work. I want to especially thank kind of Hannah's kind of CVW and say party who've led this work inside the center, who've kind of coordinated all of the kind of international network that we've built to help us think through this issue. So a huge congratulations to the three of you. I think this has been a kind of tremendous achievement. Thanks to kind of all of the partners.
Recording in progress.
I think when we set up kind of SCIS, one of our key objectives was to build a network of people doing work on kind of inequality from the perspective of countries in the global south. And we thought that was kind of really sort of really important, because the sense we had at the time was that this kind of question of inequality, although it was most complex and most kind of immediate in the countries in the global south, that the kind of thinking work and the research work was concentrated too much in countries in the global north, and that was part of the inequality that I think we felt we had to address. I think this work that you've all done is a fantastic kind of example and of building a network in the global south, but also the kind of importance of kind of thinking about these issues from the realities of countries in the global south. And I think it's an example sort of par excellence of the importance of work in the global south. So thank you to kind of all of you for that. The last thank you really should be to the IDRC, and kind of in particular Aryan Dahan, who I hope is kind of online and kind of in India, kind of joining us on this kind of in the seminar. I think it was Aryan's kind of idea that it was kind of important to do this work, but also that it was important that it be located in countries in the global south, and that it should be headed by a kind of institution in the global south. The kind of IDRC has been a kind of huge supporter of our center, and I think is one of the international development funders that I think really understands this kind of question of kind of building research capabilities in countries in the global south. So with that, let me then pass it on to kind of Siviwe. We kind of look forward to kind of all of the kind of engagements, and once more kind of a huge congratulations to everyone involved in this project. Kind of, as I said, I think it's really path-breaking work. So over to you.
Thank you, and thank you to Prof. Imran Valodia for the introduction. My name is Siviwe Mhlana, and I'm the project lead for the Promoting Intersectional Development Research Project here at the Southern Center for Inequality Studies. I just also want to give a brief a note echoing Prof. Valodia's excitement for all of you being here today, and the gratitude for your participation and the important work that you've done in helping us achieve all of the lessons that we've learned from this project. So, as it's been mentioned, in kind of, I think over the last 2 decades, there's been a growing interest around the inclusion of intersectionality in development research, with a lot of actors suggesting that, you know, looking at issues of inequality, looking at the challenges that we see in many countries around the world, would be better addressed by, you know, kind of approaching these issues with an intersectional lens. And that intersectionality might suggest more kind of targeted and context-specific ways to deal with this. And we see this growing interest, I think, from the work, I think, in the early 2000s, from the United Nations, various convenings that have kind of focused around issues of gender and women, issues that have looked at race and racism, in xenophobia and other related cases, particularly I think around 2000 and 2001. But more recently, as Imran has mentioned as well, we've seen this growing interest coming from the international development research funding space, where a lot of organizations are quite interested in this idea of trying to understand intersectionality and where it fits in, but also the potential opportunities that intersectionality might bring for addressing, as we've mentioned, the kind of persistent inequalities around the world. But the criticism that has actually come from, I think, proponents of intersectionality has been, there is this recognition, that, we don't want to kind of look at these issues from a single axis, but the implementation then of kind of intersectionality in research and policy spaces has been slow to implement. And there are various reasons for this, and we'll get into that discussion through the next couple of days. But one of the main things that we found as part of this working on this project was the significant lack of understanding of what intersectionality is. And I think Hannah can also recall even in presenting this idea of wanting to do this, there's lots of questions about, okay, what is intersectionality? Like, is intersectionality a theory? Is it an approach? Is it a kind of methodology? How do we do intersectionality? And so a lot of the focus of this project, and so, when we embarked on this collaboration with IDRC, the aims were to really try and actually understand intersectionality and also inform and promote intersectional development research. And so, as Imran mentioned also, a lot of the research on intersectionality was really centered in the global north for various reasons, right? One is on kind of the history of intersectionality, of the concept and how it's being developed over time, but also the funding question, right? So a lot of the projects that have kind of evaluated or explored intersectionality have also come out of these global north institutions. So then the collaboration with this project was really trying to see the application of intersectionality based on the experiences of countries and economies in the global south. And for this, we collaborated with 8 organizations that were based in the global south across different regions, sectors, disciplines, focusing on various development issues and the challenges of communities in the global south, and how even if, and we'll get into the details of that with the synthesis, even if not kind of labeled as intersectionality, what are the opportunities for doing this? And so this was the kind of main focus of the first year of this project in 2023, that was really focused on trying to develop an understanding and also see how intersectionality has been applied in development research projects in the global south. And from this, we had worked obviously with the collaboration of IDRC. The focus of these were also IDRC funded projects that we were able to evaluate and assess with this aim in mind. And then so kind of based on this then, we were able to develop in this first year, while gaining and building, developing this understanding, having our kind of learning dialogues, this eventually kind of culminated into 8 case study reports that were looking at this. So it's actually quite an exciting thing, going from a space where we're saying a lot of this research is being dominated by institutions in the global north, and then suddenly we have 8 case study reports showing that, this is being done in various ways, and it may or may not necessarily be labeled as intersectional, but these are the issues, right, of kind of power, of marginalization, of oppression, and we are, because of our context, able to explore this with these issues in mind. So it's not to say that this is a concept that is not relevant to our experiences, but it's actually something that, given our context, we're having to look at things through this lens. And so based on that then, the aims of this workshop are really to share the lessons that we've learned over almost 2 years working on this project. Engaging with researchers, activists, organizations from the Global South on this concept of intersectionality based on the experiences in the countries and the context where we're located. To then also examine the potential opportunities that intersectionality presents for understanding persistent inequalities around the world. And this, as we get into the findings from the synthesis, you'll see is the intention of this concept. Right? It's not doing just research for research's sake, but it's about what do we do with research, how do we apply it, how do we influence policies, having understood these issues and challenges through this kind of lens. And then finally, we hope to also identify some of the best practices and strategies for integrating intersectionality in policy making, but also at the programmatic level. So where does intersectionality, how do we actually integrate intersectionality in grant making? How do we influence policies? How do we take this research outside of kind of our academic spaces and to areas where we can actually influence change. And so then with that, I think I want to end off there and actually request our case study authors, Dr. Hannah Dawson and Seipati Mokema, to join me to present the lessons from the synthesis report, and mainly focusing on the motivations and the concept itself, but also addressing how we approach this project and also some of the key findings from this project. And so just a brief to introduce our case study authors. Yes. Dr. Hannah Dawson is a senior lecturer in the Anthropology and Development Studies Department at the University of Johannesburg. She was also the previous project lead for this promoting intersectional development research project here at SCIS. She's also a visiting researcher still at the Southern Center. Even though she's moved on, she's still maintaining relationships with us here at the center. She holds a PhD in social anthropology from the University of Oxford, and her research grapples with the social, economic, and political shifts stemming from mass unemployment and the ways in which the future of work and welfare is being imagined and transformed in South and Southern Africa. And then Ms. Seipati Mokema has previously worked as a junior researcher for Human Sciences Research Council and as an associate researcher here at SCIS. Her research has influenced policy addressing skills, educational, and employment needs of young South Africans to create and promote sustainable work opportunities and livelihoods. Seipati co-authored and published a book titled Fees Must Fall and Its Aftermath about violence, well-being, and the student protest movement in South Africa. She also published an opinion piece on the lack of leadership and its severe impacts on South African youth and women. Currently, Seipati is a Gender, Youth and Social Inclusion Research Officer at IWMI South Africa office. Thank you.
I think it makes sense if you go first. Yeah. Sorry, so Saviwa is actually going to begin, which means we need her slides. I see.
Okay. I thought you wanted to join on the couch and have an intimate discussion about intersectionality. So I just wanted to give, I think, some ideas around the concept of intersectionality before we get to its application. So as I mentioned, a lot of this work on intersectionality can be traced to various histories of Black feminism in the United States. And we can decide, how far we want to go back in terms of influences. But there's a lot of work from Black feminist movements, like the Combahee River Collective, who have advocated against the exclusion of the experiences of Black women from broader movements of racial and gender equality. In academic scholarship, we see this concept emerging out of the legal context. I'm sure some of you are familiar with Kimberly Crenshaw's work that was looking at anti-discrimination doctrines and trying to show the different ways in which race and gendered identities have intersected to shape the multiple dimensions of Black women's employment experiences. Crenshaw's analysis has highlighted that by failing to account for multiple marginalizations in civil rights cases, courts have effectively centered the experiences of the most privileged members of society. And this basically kind of distorts understandings or analysis on racism and sexism, because it only looks at a small part of a bigger issue, really. But, we also know, and as I mentioned earlier, when we discuss this question of intersectionality, a lot of people are like, oh, but haven't we always been interested in this from the Global South, right? And there's a lot of arguments to say, well, intersectionality in the Global South, or interest around intersectionality in the Global South, have actually existed, long before kind of Western theorization of this concept. And this is particularly because of the social, political, and economic conditions in our context that we know are, intersecting, and the issues that we've had to address around these issues of oppression and domination in these countries. And so in the Global South, and you can see that intersectionality expands social analysis by recognizing differentiated vulnerabilities of individuals and communities based on where they are located in the broader social, political, and economic context. And you can see this in some of the work that's been done on Dalit feminism, for instance, that looks at Dalit women's experiences, not just as women, but also in their kind of position within society, but also in the jobs and the work that they're engaged in because of their location within the social system. But we know that this concept, kind of beyond the original influences, has been expanded. It has been, various people have attempted to theorize it in various ways. And I think one of the most important contributions has come from Patricia Hill Collins, who kind of advances these earlier conceptualizations by looking at intersectionality through this lens of a kind of matrix of domination. And so according to her definition, domination encompasses multiple domains of power that constitute specific sites where intersecting oppressions are constructed, developed, and maintained. And so intersectionality can then be useful for revealing the organization of and the interconnections among different forms of power, and for developing strategies for addressing a range of social problems. And so these domains of power that Patricia Hill Collins speaks about is a structural domain of power, which looks at the kind of fundamental power that is contained in structures of social institutions, such as the labor market, education, and health, speaking to kind of the case studies, the issues that the case studies have also addressed. The cultural domain of power, which is about the dominant perceptions and expectations of a given society regarding particular social problems. The disciplinary domain of power, which is about the way in which rules and regulations are applied, which determines people's inclusion within or marginalization from a given social structure. And finally, the interpersonal domain of power, which refers to how people's experiences with multiple forms of power shape their intersecting identities and vulnerabilities to various forms of oppression in society. So part of this project then was also really interested in, intersectionality as a critical inquiry, but also as a praxis. I mentioned earlier that one is about how we understand kind of these social issues and social challenges, but the other is what do we do with that understanding? But also not only what do we do with that understanding, where do we get this understanding from, right? Is this that intersectionality is only coming from our engagements within academia? And we're speaking about these issues, and just to make examples from our case studies in the informal economy or amongst young women and girls, and issues of kind of sexual reproductive health and rights, how do we actually gain this knowledge? So as a critical inquiry, intersectionality suggests a multifaceted approach for investigating how complex power relations converge to shape social relations, which in turn constitute the diversity of human experiences. And so it's been defined as the application of scholarly or social movement methodologies aimed at intersectional sustainable social justice outcomes. And I mentioned earlier as well that the focus then of intersectionality isn't just about, research for research's sake, but at its core, there is an interest in kind of social justice. So it is research for social justice. And in this knowledge that we speak of and practice are intricately linked, but they also can come from different experiences. So a lot of then the questions around intersectionality or the criticisms of intersectionality is, okay, well, we don't have a kind of one-size-fits-all approach. This is no single way of doing intersectional research. And then this obviously in kind of social sciences raises issues of kind of applicability, empirical validity as well. But some have actually celebrated this flexibility of the concept, right? Because just as the methods are not all-encompassing, the issues are also not homogeneous, and context is really important in understanding these issues. And maybe this then presents a different way of doing things. And so, Hannah and I think some of the experts that we consulted with in drafting the synthesis report spent a lot of time trying to go back to this question then. So then what does this mean, right? So if this is a way of understanding these issues, but there's also a flexibility in how we do it, and the methods are not the same, is it actually then a method, or is it then a theory? Or does this actually help us to see these issues? Is this a way of understanding these issues and then deciding on the most appropriate ways of doing intersectional research? And so, so there are various kind of themes then from the kind of research, from the case studies as well, but also in other contributions that have come from scholars around the world that have kind of led this work. And again, Patricia Hill-Collins and Surma Bolger, who have done this work on intersectionality, identify kind of the themes or the important themes around intersectional research. So one, of course, since we're partly wanting to also understand this issue of kind of inequality, one thing is about understanding the social inequalities, but not just understanding them as, I would say, based on kind of the experiences of impact, but that they don't just come out of, thin air. These are questions of power, and power is important to understanding why social inequalities arise. And then the other thing is around this kind of multiple domains of power in society. Here, the understanding is about intersecting power relations being based on the systems, on how systems of oppression converge at various points at multiple domains of power. So one, you have issues at a kind of structural level, or you have issues at a societal level, but these are kind of working together towards shaping individuals' experiences in society. And perhaps one thing might, an example might be understandings, and actually Lisa's also in the room, she can speak on some of these issues from experiences of young girls or education, perceptions in society about, education and young girls and women in society, and also structural limitations in terms of health. And we saw this particularly even with the COVID pandemic, for instance, where we saw young girls and women having to absorb a lot of that responsibility because of issues that are already happening at a kind of structural level, right? With the crumbling health sector on one side, with issues of kind of labor markets on another side. And these are all kind of converging to shape experiences of people in society. But I guess another thing that has been very important here, as I mentioned as well, is the context. In different contexts, these domains of power can converge at different points, perhaps, but also the experiences might be different based on different issues, economic issues, or even the legal context within different countries and economies that might shape these experiences of people. So uncovering these experiences of oppression and marginalization within a specific social context then becomes important, particularly those related to the nation state or certain segments of society. And here I made the example of kind of, for instance, workers in the informal economy. What are the legal restrictions, for instance, on informal work, and how do those how does that context shape the experiences of women market traders, for instance, in a particular context. And then intersectional research is also not only concerned with highlighting differences in society, but also looking at the interconnections and relations of multiple categories or points of inquiry. And finally, issues of complexity of social problems are important. And as I mentioned, the goal at the end of the day of doing this work is all about the pursuit of a fair and equitable society. So what are we doing this research for? So these are some of the suggestions that have kind of been proposed in the literature. But as we mentioned, we've done a lot of work with the case study authors from Global South context. And so I'm going to hand over to Hannah to share with you some of that, how we approach this project from a Global South perspective, but also some of the key findings in terms of applicability of intersectionality in the Global South. Thanks.
Just a quick question. Can I move my own slides along with this? Okay, perfect. So do you mind switching to that other presentation you put up first? Okay, so while that's coming up, and hopefully I'll be able to move it because I'm going to need my slides. Let me just say that it's really a pleasure to see you all this morning. I don't know who's online, but I'm hoping many other names I know. And good to be back at the Southern Centre, where I don't get to spend as much time as I like. But it's always good to be back. So thanks, for the invitation, especially from Saviwe to be with you all today. And I also just want to recognize the work that her and Melody have done in making this possible. And to say that while I'm going to be giving the bulk of this component of the presentation, it very much reflects the work of a wider collective, those of all the case study authors, but of course also Sapati, Saviwe, and I'll say a little bit more about the contribution of Professor Shireen Hassim and Dr. Ingrid Lynch, who couldn't be here with us today, but might be online. And building off, so I'm going to dive into, kind of this collective process of learning and what shape that took, and then how that came to shape how we thought through what can we derive, what insights, what learnings can we derive from these different case studies and from this collective process of debate and discussion that reflects that process, which was a contested process but somehow also does justice to the intellectual and reflexive work that was happening amongst author teams around case studies, but also amongst some of us here at the center and beyond. But I just wanted to, building on the kind of conceptual background and landscape that Siviwe was describing, I did just want to point you to, if you haven't, I think all of us received the final polished synthesis report on email last week or in the last few days. But in the section which Siviwe was drawing out some of the key ideas, one of the ways in which we came to think about the history of this concept very much was shaped by the contributions in our conversations by Professor Shireen Hassim to think about two genealogies, two trajectories of ideas that come to shape intersectionality. The one reflecting the kind of global North context, but specifically kind of the Black feminist movement within the US. So it's global North, but in a particular frame. And I think that in and of itself is interesting to think with. So a marginalized position, but within the global North as a position of kind of epistemic power. And then the second being a much more complex and layered trajectory or genealogy of intersectionality, which we framed around global South feminisms, reflecting in particular the Indian context, but that region more widely, Latin America and Africa, where there's actually a much longer history of theorizing intersectionally, in particular thinking about anti-colonial movements as they intersect with race and class oppression. And so we wanted to think about these as two trajectories and to think about where they intersect or where they don't. So, and also there's a section in that element of the synthesis report where we also try to, based on a lot of the debates and that we learned from a meeting collectively around the critiques and contestations around intersectionality from the Global South. And so just to say that if you haven't yet read those sections of the report, to do so, and I think this is an ongoing conversation, so to see this as a prompt for further discussion and debate. Okay, so now I'm hoping I'm one of those people, I lecture, so I like to move around, and I need to see I don't have my own notes, so if I had my way, I'd be moving. No, it's fine. Maybe actually, well, yeah, it's fine. Okay, so project approach. Is it possible I can use a microphone instead? I've been doing a lot of lecturing recently, so I'm used to moving. Okay, yeah? Okay, perfect. So, as I said, the synthesis report is really the culmination, and for me it was, being able to come here together we drafted the synthesis report right at the end of last year. And even though there's elements of it that have continued to be refined this year, for me, preparing this talk was an opportunity to kind of go back and also reflect now, with some months having passed. So for me, and I think this reflects Sapati and Siviwe and others involved, that really the synthesis report is the culmination, as I think about it, of a collective process designed to identify the important lessons on the benefits, limits, and obstacles of incorporating an intersectional lens. And so, the title, again, always very difficult to decide on titles, we described it kind of intersectionality in action. And the reason there was ultimately even though we've tried to capture the conceptual debates in a section of the report, ultimately we were interested in what are researchers, scholars, activists doing to derive intersectional insights, and how then are those put into practice in trying to make a more equitable society or change a specific set of power relations in a particular kind of context. And that, I think, is in and of itself a unique way of kind of entering the conversation, is to think about this concept in practice or in action. So, of course, as you've heard, it reflects this collective process, reflects the partnership between the Southern Centre and the IDRC. And then it's actually more than 8, because some of the case studies were partnerships between 2 or more organizations. And when I was reflecting on this process that we engaged in through the bulk of 2023, I think I've come to think that one way to think about the wider project is that it was a process of community. It embodied a kind of community of inquiry approach, which some of you might be familiar with. That kind of conceptualization of an approach to learning and engagement, but which I think in this context was we were trying to build a community of inquiry, in particular amongst practitioners. So, research practitioners, but also practitioners of social change. And that three of the key, if you look up the kind of theory and thinking around the community of inquiry approach, there's kind of three key elements of it. One, it really centers collaboration and emphasizes the importance of collaborative learning. Two, it really centers what it refers to as kind of dialogic inquiry. So it encouraged dialogue and interaction, and sees kind of questioning of ourselves and each other as the site of learning and better conceptualization. And then thirdly, a large emphasis on reflective practice. And really we try to set up, some of the authors here will tell us if Matt and Fazana if we did this, but we really tried to emphasize that this was an opportunity to reflect on one's own and organizational practice. So seeing that process of reflexivity as again a site of learning. Okay, so basically the project took place over 4 distinct phases, and I quickly want to say something about phase 1 and 2, and then go into the learnings. So I think I don't want to spend much time on this. We kind of detailed in the report if you're interested, but kind of how did we get to these 8 case studies and these 8 organizations? And basically, because this project was initially birthed out of a conversation with the IDRC, we received 18 possible projects that the IDRC thought might be good case studies for thinking and deriving some of the insights and learning that the IDRC was interested in. We saw too that this could be a valuable exercise beyond the IDRC's particular interest in this project. And so basically through a process of evaluating 18 project documents of a variety of sorts, we came to choose the 8 projects that then became the 8 case studies that I hope some of you have had a chance to dip into. And those 8 reflected our desire to have some kind of diversity in terms of geographic representation across the global south. So we didn't want them to all be case studies from different parts of the African continent, for example. That there should be some diversity in terms of the IDRC focus areas, but more widely different development issues. So even how the panels of the 2-day workshop are structured reflect that diversity and thematic focus. And then methodological approach. So we wanted, knowing the kind of dominance of qualitative methods in intersectional research, we were also interested in trying, where possible, to try and have some mix of both quant and qual methodological approaches. So that was the easy stuff. The much more difficult thing was that many of the projects that seemed, to those of us reviewing these project documents, the most interesting and holding the most possibility for what this project was interested in, didn't necessarily think of themselves as doing their work through an explicit intersectional lens. So there were some projects that used the word intersectionality very much, but we felt as if it was a very shallow kind of understanding or interpretation of intersectionality. And while there were other projects that very rarely used the word intersectional, but seemed to be embedded in an intersectional understanding of power relations as they shape, the structural roots of poverty and inequality, or the ways in which social categories are intersecting. And so what we did was to try and actually not obsess around the word intersectional, but think about how is intersectionality being applied, and were there elements of that application in 3 dimensions. So the first one we looked at was in how the problem or the research question was framed. The second, and we detailed the specifics around these in the report. Second, we were interested in the actual execution of the research and the methodological choices that were made. For example, around identity markers, different levels, so the micro, meso, and macro, and how those are seen to intersect. And of course, thinking about wider structures and systems of power. And then lastly was, this emphasis on to what extent was intersectionality present in the dissemination and the practical application of research. So that's how we kind of got to the final 8. You can't see the font there at all, but what that does show, this is in the final report, is the diversity of country context. So we had India, Brazil, Gambia and Ghana, Lebanon, India, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, India. The Uyghur case study was, I think, 7 or 8 countries, and then the final one was in Nepal. And then, as I said, the second kind of key phase of the project between February to November last year, we researchers and practitioners from these 8 organizations participated in a kind of online, which now, reflecting back, I think one can think of that as a kind of community of inquiry that met monthly to discuss and reflect on the benefits of intersectionality. So we kind of split the first few roundtables by discussing a few key readings, and I think now I could see that they're very different readings I might have proposed now at the end of this project maybe than the ones we chose right at the beginning, but this was very much a learning exercise for myself and those of us on the broader team. So we were, and I think that was valuable, despite, the readings always being limited in some kind of elements, but it provided some central texts for us to discuss and engage with on intersectionality as a concept, a method, and a praxis. And then the final set of roundtables were an opportunity to kind of allow case study authors to begin to bring their draft reflections and insights into wider conversation for feedback, etc. But ultimately, and the authors really pushed hard towards the end of last year to finalize their case study reports, which I think we published early this year. Okay, so, and then the phase 3 of this project, which was a very intellectually interesting exercise, but also quite a difficult one, was to then think, how do we take these case studies and how do we try and think across them to draw out key learnings and insights? And so we utilized what we call in the report a kind of cross-cutting comparative approach to distill the key learnings and insights on the application of intersectional lens. And the synthesis report really, I want to emphasize this, although there's 4 authors on the front, the synthesis reports this collective process I've been talking about. So it wouldn't be possible without all the case study authors' inputs. Their case studies make up a very large chunk of the word count. But this report also reflects a range of other conversations, workshops, and inputs, and in particular one where we invited the inputs of Professor Shireen Hassim, who was at WITS for many, many years, but is now at Colton University in Canada, and Dr. Ingrid Lynch, who not only authored papers that fed into the synthesis report, but also actively contributed to a workshop that really allowed us to begin to do this work of synthesizing. And so I think Sapati, Siviwe, and myself very much know that the report reflects those deliberations. Okay, that should say intersectionality in action, key learnings. I don't know why it's not there. Okay, so the way I want to present, you must be careful. I told you I'm good at do a lot of lecturing, so I can speak endlessly. I want to present some of the key learnings and insights not in the format they're in the synthesis report, in a kind of back to front way. So you'll see, other than the 3 principles, I'm presenting them in a slightly different orientation. So the first one is rather something that Siviwe has already alluded to in her introductory remarks, which I think is one of the things that I think over time we came to see as something distinctive and valuable about the particular contribution these case studies could make, and a point we try to highlight in the synthesis report, is that the organizations we partnered with consider research and action as intricately linked and mutually informing. So this is not research for research's sake. This is not research entirely embedded in, or at least only embedded within a scholarly community. It's academic research that has life and legs that move in directions far beyond that. And so that the organizations who were the lead for these IDRC projects, and who the authors of whom are members of these sometimes membership-based organizations, also have mandates to conduct research that informs advocacy, movement building, policy development, and programming. So just to give you a flavor of that, so for example, Forest Action Nepal aims to influence public policy and empower forest-dependent communities, especially marginalized and vulnerable groups, to actively manage forest and natural resources in Nepal specifically. And in their project, which was, I think, a 3-year project funded by the IDRC, which was titled Economic Empowerment of Women Through Forest Solutions, which is, they're reflecting on that particular project as the basis of their case study. That project itself reflects a partnership between Forest Action and grassroots associations and industry federations that is aiming to really kind of address discrimination against women and enhance their economic resources. So a big part of that project was trying to understand the ways in which that discrimination actually works in its intersecting forms, to then be able to better address and enhance the economic kind of capabilities of women in those particular circumstances. And another example, for example, is Internet Lab, which is a policy-orientated research organization based in Sao Paulo, who has a mandate to produce critical and evidence-based analyses to advocate for rights-orientated internet policy. And their project, which was called Recognize, Resist, Remedy, was initiated in collaboration with IT for Change, who were another one of the case study authors, but they wrote distinct reports. And this project really set out to understand the specifics of online hate speech against women and evaluate the responses available in both the legal system, but also in the internet platform policies. So as you can just see from these two examples, that's, I think, also something which was at times, I found my brain being stretched in all sorts of directions, in that we were grappling with a project working in kind of rural Nepal simultaneously to communities working on kind of online hate speech. And we were trying to put these kinds of quite distinct projects in conversation with each other. Another example is, of course, WeGo, who's dedicated to improve the working conditions of the working poor, particularly women in the informal economy, and has a significant track record of generating actionable data to address the concerns of their grassroots worker base. And so I think their study, COVID-19 crisis and the informal economy, you're going to hear a lot more about later, but I think is again a very illustrative example of how WeGo thinks about research and data and action as profoundly intertwined. So many of the projects that became the basis of these case studies were informed by a commitment to participatory action research. That's long affirmed knowledge co-production, which, and WeGo, the WeGo case study, if you're interested, really unpacks this in more detail than any of the others around knowledge co-production as an idea, but in particular WeGo's long history of incorporating that in a very kind of grounded way. So in the WeGo's case study, it's really committed to ensuring research supports movement building, but also informs both simultaneously local and global advocacy processes. So many of the projects and many of the partner organizations are embedded in this kind of participatory action approach, but simultaneously many of them were also committed to feminist methods and praxis. So actually some of what we thought were the strongest projects to think with around intersectionality were often much more explicitly using the language of feminist praxis. And so that became a large part of what does intersectionality do that kind of feminist praxis doesn't. And that was a large part of our kind of conversation. So, of course, as many of you will know, feminist methods and practice, amongst other things, recognize the inevitable entanglement of researchers themselves with the complex power dynamics that mark not only the settings in which we might conduct research, but also the importance of engaging these power dynamics in the actual execution of research. And so we argue in one of the latter sections of the report that I think one of the key learnings for us is that a key element of kind of intersectional praxis as it relates to research is the importance of knowledge co-production and the flattening of hierarchies. And so we show that the case studies illustrate how adopting an approach that values knowledge co-production and what we call non-hierarchical collaboration can enhance research impact. And of course, this flattening of hierarchies aligns with other approaches, especially feminist participatory approaches. So the kind of key takeaway in the synthesis report is that collaboration with diverse participants and organizations representing their interests is crucial, not only for deriving intersectional insights, but also for effectively utilizing findings to drive social change. Okay, so the bulk of the synthesis report centers on these what we call the three principles for deriving intersectional insights. And as I said at the beginning, the kind of key question we were thinking through to write up this report was, what did these organizations do to derive intersectional insights? And the kind of three principles we ultimately landed on, of course, this process is always one of, limiting it to three principles. You have to leave some things out, but we think this covers much of the learnings and reflections. So the first is perhaps very obvious, is the importance of situating research in context, and another way to phrase that is just the importance of the contextual application of intersectionality. The second key principle we titled the importance of scientific rigor and ethics in identifying social categories. And thirdly, the importance of embracing methodological plurality. So just a few points on those. I should apologize for my very wordy text slides. I mean, I try normally to not have so many words on my slides, but for today it felt helpful. So the case studies really underscore the importance of social but also historical context. So while I think most, at least good social science research, and maybe all scientific research, considers context, an intersectional lens pays particular attention, we argued, to the power dynamics in specific contexts where marginalization and privilege play out. And that an intersectional lens encourages researchers to view social categories like race, gender, and caste as contextually contingent rather than fixed. So, what that then means is that researchers must understand when and where these differences matter the most to most identify who is, for example, most vulnerable in relation to a given issue or in a given context. But also the importance of this process for understanding how and why particular groups are vulnerable. And just a couple examples. Of course, there are many, many more in the synthesis report. But one of the examples, what we call the AUB case study on the challenges Syrian refugee women face in accessing social reproductive health services in Lebanon. Of course, we're thinking today about what is happening in Lebanon. This also was very much on our minds throughout last year. Their case study illustrates how an intersectional lens guided their selection of 4 diverse regions in Lebanon. So I've listed the 4 regions there. and that they chose to focus on these reasons precisely because they were interested in the variations and the intersecting nature of these variations in employment, education, health services, migration history, and familiarity with refugee populations. And so the study reveals, so they already had a kind of intersectional set of understandings to inform the case study or the locations of their studies that allowed them to, I think, deepen their intersectional insights on vulnerability to gender-based violence and social and reproductive health services. And they show how access to these services are influenced not only by the intersection of citizenship, ethnicity, and gender, but they really highlight the importance of regional context or differentiation based on where in Lebanon you are. And then another study which I think highlights this particularly well is the one by Forest Action Nepal. And they were interested in better understanding the forms of discrimination faced by women in forest-based enterprises. And they focus on these two distinct areas, which I probably will not be able to pronounce correctly. One is in the mid-hills and one is in the lowlands, as they describe. And the case study highlights how the selection of these two distinct regions, marked by differences in agroforestry practices, ecological landscapes, and socio-cultural groups, intersect with a range of other factors, for example, women's marital status and land ownership patterns that are also distinct across different regions within Nepal. And again, on this point around the importance of kind of contextual application, one of the points we highlight from what we call the WMC case study on the gendered impact of violent extremism, in Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and India, we say offers an example of one of the ways to actually situate the entire research project in context, in a very grounded way. And so in the case study, we draw out, in the synthesis report, we draw out from their case study on what one can learn from investing in what they call a reframing workshop at Project Inception that assisted the team to start building methodologies that are informed by contextual priorities, but also variations. And there's a quote there that comes directly from their case study. So I think the key takeaway for this first principle is that the contextual application of intersectionality is critical, and more widely, that context is pivotal to the selection of the relevant social categories and appropriate methods for obtaining intersectional insights. And then moving swiftly along, because I think my time is catching up with me, the second key principle is what we call scientific rigor, but also ethics, importantly, in identifying social categories. And as I think will be obvious to all of you, and I think was very apparent to all the case study authors, was that identifying which social categories are critical to understanding oppression or disadvantage or privilege in a particular context is not only a very complex endeavor, but also one that is extremely context dependent. And that one of the learnings we draw out is the importance of highlighting that it is not only not often practical to engage every single social category, but it's often not necessary to consider every conceivable identity category and intersection. And actually just the process of deciding which social categories of difference to focus on in and of itself requires intersectional thinking, you might argue. And so we argue in the synthesis report that researchers need to pragmatically determine which forms of difference are most prominent or pertinent to the specific inequality or injustice they seek to comprehend and address. And so in the synthesis report, we basically highlight 3 strategies that we think the case studies reveal for going about or thinking about how to going about what social categories to focus on to better understand disadvantage or oppression in a given context. So the one is what you could call contextual sensitivities, reviewing the existing literature, and then thirdly, prioritizing self-identification by communities. So the first one is, of course, I think probably quite self-evident, but really we draw out from the case studies the importance of working closely with communities, grassroots organizations, and other actors familiar with the study context to help refine the scope of social categories relevant to the study's research questions. And several case studies emphasize that such a collaborative approach created the conditions in which marginalized communities are centered, enabling to be able to not only work out what are the salient social categories, but also that this process shaped the entire research process. So one of the examples that I think, one of the case studies that I think does a really good job of this is the case study by, I'm just giving you the acronyms for now, SEHAT and AGWS. They note that partnering closely with SGBV service organizations helped the research team to base their selection of identity categories on the organizations, so on these service-based organizations, on their contextually embedded insights into what ultimately shapes women's access to accessing various forms of support, those who are victims of gender-based violence. And in particular, the authors of this case study underscore the pivotal role of frontline workers, which I think they make a strong case for this, and I think it's well worth reading the way in which they articulate the importance of frontline workers, so social workers, nurses, the insights they have into actually the various factors shaping GBV in the context of India, but I think their insight is valuable beyond that context. So they argue that the frontline workers played a vital role in ensuring that the collected data not only deepened their understanding of the differentiated vulnerabilities of young girls and women, but also informed context-based interventions. So they really show like the importance of, there's lots of data being collected outside of formal research. So just the service data that's collected by going and seeking the services in these local NGOs, they have this rich archive of information that is actually deeply valuable to better understanding SGBV. And then the second kind of key learning or strategy is the value of being embedded in the existing literature. So this, of course, is a very obvious one, but nonetheless, I think important to highlight. And the SSWH case study, we have Matt Lowe here with us in the room. They really show how their project was embedded, but a product of a very wide-ranging literature on understanding what shapes maternal health outcomes in the Gambia, and that their selection of identity categories reflected a large body of existing research. And the same was very much true for IT for Change, as well as Internet Lab. I just want to highlight one of the insights from Internet Lab, because they reflect, I think, very profoundly and importantly on the complexities, as they put it, in the attribution and self-definition of race and ethnicity in the Brazilian context. And just a small quote there from them, they note, "We decided to take responsibility as researchers, especially in the definitions of ethnic racial belonging, assuming that we might incur mistakes." They say, "Making mistakes seemed less severe than foregoing consideration of a marker as important as race in the Brazilian context." And then the third one is one that doesn't come so much from the case studies, but rather from our wider discussions in trying to synthesize the case studies, but in particular from the work of Ingrid Lynch and others, and in particular a paper, the citation of which I've put up there. And this reflects, I think, a growing literature that underscores the importance of prioritizing self-identification by communities, especially in parts of the global south. And that this literature highlights how global advocacy agendas may influence the adoption of Northern identity language. So this paper, which I've referenced there, goes into a lot of detail on the kind of imposition of LGBTIQ identity categories in the African context, and how these are often not particularly helpful in relation to more embedded or grounded, as I think the report puts it, African ways of understanding sexual orientation and identity. And so the importance of taking those local categories rather than coming with a preset set of identity categories. So I think the key takeaway for this on the second key principle is that researchers must very carefully identify which forms of difference are most relevant or significant to the particular inequality or injustice they aim to understand and address. So you'll be pleased to know this is the third principle. So again, as I think I already alluded to right at the beginning, intersectional research is dominated by qualitative methods, and this is something that came out very clear right at the beginning of the project when we did a kind of systematic analysis of the existing literature. So there's a real kind of scarcity of quantitative studies applying an intersectional lens, although the global health, public health space is probably one area where there is a growing body of literature that engages intersectionality, but a near complete absence in the kind of STEM fields. And this is another report by Ingrid Lynch, who assisted us in the synthesis very much, where she makes this point much more strongly. So of course it's not surprising, those of us that are qualitative researchers, that qualitative methods are very helpful for engaging complexity, and so it's therefore not surprising in a way that much of what we might call intersectional research is qualitative. And I think the case studies show this in many ways. So the WMC note the choice of qualitative data collection, in particular life histories. Their choice of life histories was informed by the need to understand women's lives in all their complexity. That's how they phrase it. And Forest Action Nepal also outlined the pivotal role of various very interesting qualitative research tools such as participatory mapping, storytelling, and games in facilitating continuous learning and engagement during the research process. But many of the case studies, actually employed mixed methods and were combining, in some cases, both quantitative and qualitative kind of research paradigms. And so something we really emphasize in the synthesis report is the importance to recognize that there's no single method that is universally correct or appropriate for intersectional inquiry. The primary objective should be to choose methods that produce intersectional insights and reveal how intersecting oppressions emerge, develop, and are sustained. But that there is we note that there is more to be done in terms of thinking about how intersectionality can be applied in more quantitative methods or approaches. So the kind of key takeaway here for the third principle is that various methodologies are valuable for uncovering interconnected forms of marginalization, but the primary aim of intersectionality-informed research is to ensure the methods one chooses produce insights that reflect intersectional complexities. And then I just want to end with a few reflections on disseminating research for social change. This is the kind of final main section of the synthesis report before we conclude, where we kind of come back to the unique nature of these research organizations, in which, as I said at the beginning, action and research are deeply intertwined, and often the research process itself is seen to be transformative. And one of the readings we discussed in the early roundtables as a kind of collective was this piece by Townsend Bell. And in that, she outlines strategies for what she calls a politics of accountability to eliminate oppressive relations during research dissemination. And these three, I think, are reflected in various ways in different case studies. So the first is the importance of making research results accessible and usable beyond academic publications, and the importance of targeting that knowledge and those research outputs based on who's going to read them. So that has relevance for form, content, language, etc., etc. The second is really thinking carefully about what the implications are of this research for different actors or agents within this kind of this landscape of power differentials. So, what what would be most helpful to inform local government responses? What would be most helpful for particular actors or institutions? And then largely is the importance of ensuring that research benefits the participants and the members of these communities directly. I'm not going to go into these details, but I think I have on the slide how we go, and I think IT for Change demonstrate this. But in the actual report, I give many more examples. So another, in the report, both in the first section, which Siviwe was drawing attention to, and towards the synthesis of learnings, peppered throughout there are contestations that I think need to constantly be grappled with in thinking about the value of intersectionality and its applicability. And so some of those
experiences, and such as mine, and how that has informed our research, has come to inform my research, obviously my positionality being quite important. And I think for me, I've seen in your report, you talk about positionality. I think that's quite key in terms of how we do this and we practice this. Oh, I didn't. My name is Jamela Hoveni, and I'm so glad to see some colleagues here, Mike Rogue, and I haven't seen him in a couple of years. We used to be at Rhodes together. So this is quite a nice conference or get together, because we get to see people we haven't seen in a while. Thanks.
To the colleagues online, would just like to ask you to pose the questions or raise your hands so that we can allow you to also speak and participate in the discussions. And to everybody else in the room and online, before you ask a question, please introduce yourself and your organization, if you would like. Go.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you for the talk. This is super interesting for me to hear. I'm a visiting researcher from a German university, the University of Konstanz, and I'm doing my PhD on climate inequalities in the Global South. My name is Summer Isaacson, and I was just wondering, as I'm doing this work and I'm interviewing people here in South Africa about their experiences with climate inequality, environmental issues, climate protests, these type of issues, I have been reflecting on how I can avoid this issue of just publishing some fancy academic paper that goes into some journal, and then the people that I'm trying to talk to and reach, they never even see it and they don't care. And so you mentioned this dissemination being intersectional and being useful for the communities. I would love to hear some thoughts on methods and ways, what can I do to actually get this out there? Maybe talking to local news or media, something like this, but if you have any specific recommendations, I would really listen to those. Thank you.
Do we have any questions in the room? Another question? Online? Well, okay. Maybe just take that question and then we'll come back.
Yeah, I'll start. And before I start, I also really want to say thank you, colleagues, to everybody in the room, also everybody who contributed through the case studies to this report. Also, one thing I specifically wanted to add on is really the importance of intersectional research as a vehicle for social change. So with many of the case studies that were profiled in the synthesis report, I just noted two things. One, the projects, that were led by scholars or researchers tended to use intersectionality explicitly, and with that we also noted that using intersectionality intentionally, it was sort of like putting together a narrative or driving a narrative with the end point of trying to achieve some form of social change. And then the case studies whereby intersectionality was not explicitly used, but you could see traces of intersectionality within the method or the practice of their research. So we would see that their aim was to address a social change, and the end point of that entire project would be get towards social justice. So change and justice are an incredible and pivotal point in intersectional research, and sometimes I, in my own personal capacity, while going through the case studies, would sort of like remove intersectionality out of my head and just think about research geared towards social change or social justice. And then the other one, I think your name is Summer. Yeah. I'm not sure, but I think this is largely concerned with your research method. So what is really heavy in this learning experience was we noticed that what goes with intersectional research is like a combination of research methods. So a lot of case studies highlighted that they were using participatory action research. So we found that a lot of these case studies would have intersectionality, as a broad overarching research lens or not. But delving deeper, you would find other social sciences research methods that are very much bottom up. The structures like very much bottom up to achieve social justice and social change. So my advice to you, as a person who has a master's degree, to a PhD student, just fine tune your methodology to ensure that it's very participant orientated. Two, I think you can also focus on praxis and dissemination. So by centering your research on your participants, you're already paving the way to including them in the practice and the dissemination. So it's not going to be very difficult for you to start a new process of trying to convince policymakers or communities. You already have built the rapport, you already have your networks, you already have your contacts, so you already include your research participants in the entire research process. So yeah, I don't know how far you are, but I think that's the best I can give. Hannah is a supervisor, so she can advise better, I don't know.
Is this on? Hello? Yeah, okay. I just wanted to add actually to the response to Summer on dissemination. Actually, we're quite fortunate here that some of the case study authors are in the room, and these are organizations that actually deal a lot with kind of working with communities, movements, and part of this is in their dissemination strategy. I won't steal all of Mike's key points, but I think one example would be in kind of WeGo's work, but I think generally, as Hannah also mentioned, the intersectionality doesn't only begin at the point of dissemination. Intersectionality needs to be throughout the research process. And I think questions of dissemination then can be addressed from as early as, the kind of partners and collaborations that you choose to support the work that you do. And there's a lot of examples then in kind of working when we mentioned this question of kind of knowledge co-production and also how we involve communities and movements in both kind of theorizing but also in trying to actually implement change and to address the issues that we're dealing with. So there's that point in terms of how we actually produce this research. And Sepati mentions some examples, participatory research, action research, but I will say that a lot of the research that claims to be participatory research isn't usually as participatory as you would assume, right? So it kind of stops at, oh, I'm doing this project and requesting access. So questions of how you actually work with communities and how do you actually ensure that the project is participatory, and if it is going to be action research as well, then kind of how do we ensure that it actually does inform, for instance, in the WeGo case, advocacy and other issues, right? So yes, you have your intentions as kind of a doctoral students with your own project, but if the intention is for this to actually contribute or to supporting, existing struggles in communities or workers or whoever you're working with, then it's about trying to see what kind of relationships that you can develop, but also how you can share the information or the lessons that you're learning throughout your research project, so that these organizations that you're collaborating with can actually use that. And I think Mike will speak on this a little later, but it is about, okay, how do we actually share this information in a quick way, but also in an accessible way, so that it can actually be used to support ongoing struggles. But I think that the kind of intersectionality process goes throughout. I see Prof. Hanifa and also Dr. Vibasek as also hands are up as well to give you more suggestions possibly.
Thank you. My name is Tsele Moloi. You spoke about what you've said is most of the work on intersectional research, it's more qualitative. And I would like to believe even your approach in this, looking at those case studies, was qualitative. So, but one of the recommendations that you make is the importance of quantitative. So I would like to understand, how did you come to that conclusion of saying there is importance of quantitative, or is just a recommendation to say, let's look at it quantitatively and see what we get, or there is something that you believe that it is hidden from your qualitative research, that you think quantitative research might be important in elucidating? Thank you.
Just taking off from the conversation about, the question that you asked, great question. I was also thinking, though, that, writing an article for a journal is not a bad thing to do either, because there's a way in which it informs a certain sort of academic understanding of these issues that feed back through, the education that students get, and then students go into the field and interact with communities and, all of that. So I think that's also really important. So my question is, what kinds of plans do you have for that sort of dissemination of these, really important insights that you've created through this project?
Great. I have actually, Fazana, your last question allows me to say what I wanted to say in response to your first point, which was, so thanks for highlighting. I think this conversation we were having, especially shaped by Professor Shireen Hassim, we hope she will publish in a journal article herself these two genealogies, which we summarize, but she wrote a much more extensive elaboration on them. And I think we argue in the synthesis report that, again, it's thinking about these as two, the actual global South feminisms completely predates the US feminist movement one, but to think about them as two trajectories or two, it's also a dynamic evolution of ideas and practice and activism. But we argue towards the end of that section that despite these two trajectories of intersectional thinking having common conceptual foundations, even interestingly, let me finish my first point, that they're still increasingly obscured in the resurgence of the term, which I think, to your point about the importance of actually academic publishing, not just letting the kind of perspectives of Global South scholars and practitioners to get lost, in a sense, in reports or in what some might call the grey literature, but ensuring, so this is something we are very much hoping to attend to in some way. both in thinking about an academic publication that stems from the synthesis report, but also Professor Shireen Hassim in this two trajectories, I think. But the wider point I wanted to make, so basically I agree with your point around actually the importance of academic literature precisely because of epistemic inequalities, and this also comes down to the broader conversation around citational praxis and how to do that through a kind of decolonial kind of lens, is that I myself, in beginning to think about this project, nearly now 2 years ago, was, myself subjected to the existing literature in which Southern scholars and thinkers often, so someone like Leila Gonzalez in the Brazilian context, various Indian scholars and writers, their literature does not come up in the first 200 hits. And so one of the things we tried to do, I think we could have done an even better job, was, but how do we all, in a sense, take responsibility for not just building this archive, but to ensure that our citational practices bring this other genealogy much more into the fore. So much so that actually global North scholars are engaging with this trajectory in a serious manner. So that was that. Mr. or Dr. Malloy, your point around, so in a way it's rather an observation on the dominance of intersectionality in qualitative methodology, and that there is, and this really reflects some research that Dr. Ingrid Lynch, who assisted us with the synthesis report, has done. So for example, she's been working on microbial research. Don't ask me anything more about microbial research, but like deep into health science, the health sciences. And in a sense, the social sciences now take so many things for granted. It's in the ways in which we think about gender as being socially constructed. But there are other simultaneous domains of scientific inquiry that are 70 years behind us. And so intersectionality is, in a way, 7 jumps ahead, but it's actually increasingly crucial given the power that quantitative research has, be it economics or be it health sciences, that we have to, as social science scholars, is engage in a process of assisting them actually to begin to take some of the things we now just do without even much thought. And so I think it's part of that wider kind of conversation, but in the report, we in particular engage with this research Dr. Ingrid Lynch has been doing, working with scientists in the microbial research space, and the value, thinking intersectionally, which is really actually about thinking about things like gender as a social construction, taking historical context seriously, but it provides a kind of in for those conversations, which she argues is particularly useful, but like I said, it's a long road for some researchers. And then just quickly to summer, I just wanted to, I can give you the reference during the break, but there's a book that came out in the last 2 years around public sociology, which is a reflection on 20 years of research praxis of various researchers at the Society Work and Politics Institute, SWAP, which is at WITS on the main campus, where they reflect very much on the international debates around what is public sociology, different traditions for doing kind of engaged research. So I think that book will be very helpful to you.
Okay. I think we're going to take a... Is there a hand? Oh. Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lisa. I am from the Center for Visual Methodologies for Social Change at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And we do community-based participatory research at the center. And something that we learned very practically during a recent IDRC-funded project, actually, was that sometimes you just have to ask your participants how they want the research they've been involved in to be disseminated. We were hand-wringing about how to get everybody involved, and we were working with girls and young women, and we were like, well, can we get together and, write a an article together that's going to be published in a big fancy journal. And we spoke to them about it and they were like, yeah, no, thanks. We'd rather not. So, you know, we put all this time and effort and angst into trying to decide how we were going to make our dissemination collaborative at every level. And it just didn't work out that way because they just didn't really want to do it. So sometimes just asking, yeah.
Are there any questions or remarks in the room? No? Online? Nothing? Okay. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We are about 5 minutes behind the program. I think everybody has a program on their desk. And to kind of further engage or read, maybe you haven't read the synthesis report, behind the program there is a QR code that you can scan on your phone and you can access all the case study reports that are going to be presented today and also the synthesis report. There are a couple of copies floating around of the synthesis report, so you can have a look at that. And I think our panelists are available to take some questions maybe during break, over a cup of tea, and over a snack throughout the day, throughout the 2 days, those who will be available. Just a couple of notices. The restrooms are over the site. There's a sign that says restrooms. Just asking our fellow SCIS people that if the bathrooms are kind of full this side, can we just use ones in the main building since we have the access cards for that. And then we will be back at, we should be back at, the time is 11:22, so a 10-minute break. So after 10 minutes, we should be back here and we will have the next segment of the program. But round of applause for our synthesis report. Yes, thank you so much, and enjoy, talk to one another. tall for this one. Okay, welcome back to the next segment. Can we all just like settle down a bit? The next segment. I'm too tall for this mic, so if you can't see me, it's because I'm too tall. I hope you got to interact with one another. Some of you are seeing each other, you know each other, some of you seeing each other for the very first time. Yeah, we will have mini breaks throughout the session today. Our next segment will be presentations by the case study authors. And I'm sure from the synthesis reports and the presentation that Hannah did, that you guys can kind of have an idea of where they were going and the approach that they were working with. She did a very great job of just kind of highlighting the key focus areas for each a case study. So the presentations have been grouped according to theme, and we are going to have 3 presentations under one theme for this segment, and after that, a Q&A session. This theme that we have for these presents, is there a problem with the door? Oh. The door is fighting against us, but we will be okay. For the colleagues in line, that's what is happening in the room. We're fighting with the door. We'll spend about 2 hours on the inclusive governance theme, and I'm sure you can see it in your programs. We'll spend about 2 hours on that theme. We have 3 presentations, 2 are online, so our first 2 are online, and 1 will be in person. Our first case study that is going to be presented is by Miriam Mohammed, who is a lawyer by training and currently works as a researcher for IT for Change, an India-based non-profit organization working at the intersection of digital technologies and social justice. She contributes to the organization's research and advocacy efforts on digital platform regulation, tech-facilitated gender-based violence, information integrity, and AI governance. So she will be presenting the case study report. The case study report on intersectional frames in digitalization research, revisiting a study by IT for Change about misogynistic trolling online. Marion, are you online?
Hi, I'm online, but I'm unable to turn on my video for some reason. The settings doesn't allow.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead with the presentation, even though the video is not on, and we will work?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, no problem. Over to you, Marion.
Oh, yeah, I can turn on the video now. Hi, everyone. Let me just share my screen.
About 30 minutes to present this segment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hope you can see my screen. Hello? Yes.
Hi, Marian, you can go ahead. We can hear you.
Are the slides visible?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and it's moving, right?
Yes, it's moving.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. So hi everyone, my name is Marin and I'm a research associate at ID for Change, an India-based not-for-profit organization working at the intersections of digital technologies and social justice. I'm happy to present today the case study report of a research that ID for Change undertook in 2022 on abuse and misogynistic trolling on Twitter, directed at Indian women in public political life. So through this case study, we want to document the application of an intersectional lens at various stages of our research. And this report was authorized by me along with my colleague Malvika Rajkumar and our Executive Director Anita Gurumurthy. Unfortunately, they couldn't be present for this event, so I will be presenting the entire case study today. So this is how I have structured my presentation today, and it reflects the different chapters of our report. So on the side you can see this is our original research report titled Profitable Provocations, a study of abuse and misogynistic trolling on Twitter directed at Indian women in public political life. So before I explain about our research project and how we applied intersectionality in various stages of our research, first let me give you a background to intersectionalities, or not origin, but maybe how intersectionality has fared in India, the concept as such, how it has been used in India. So though the term intersectionality appeared in Indian academic writing only recently, India has witnessed a range of social movements to assert intersectional identity since the 20th century. So these instances and writings about them demonstrate the intricate interplay between gender, class, community, religion, caste, which is a very important identity marker in India, and other social markers, and how they collectively influence the lived experience of marginalized communities. The self-respect movement and Dalit literary movements like writings of Ambedkar, Jyotirao Phule are some examples. But since independence, Indian independence in 1947, the mainstream Indian women's movement viewed women as a homogeneous category, and it was unable to capture the extent of discrimination, oppression and violence faced by marginalized women. This was pointed out particularly by Dalit feminists, who critiqued the masculinization of Dalit studies and Savarnization of women and feminist studies. So Dalit is a term, Dalit is a term used to refer to the oppressed caste communities in India. And by Savarnization we mean, treating the dominant caste as a default category. So many Dalit feminists critique the mainstream women's movement for the masculinization of Dalit studies and Savarnization of women and feminist studies. And intersectionality has been a contested concept in India among scholars. So some scholars like Nivedita Menon see it as another example of the imperialism of categories, as something which can fracture resistance to capitalism. They fear that intersectionality can solidify boundaries instead of opening them up. And they argue that in different contexts, the salience of these identity boundaries will vary, and that one identity may destabilize the other. But on the other hand, there are scholars like Mary John who have been arguing for intersectionality and who view it as a useful tool to problematize questions of identity. So major concern about intersectionality in the Indian context is the concern about its non-contextual application, leading to ahistorical or depoliticized analysis. So, as we know, the social divisions like race, caste, class, gender, etc. are always historical and contextually specific. But as scholars such as Banerjee and Ghosh argue, these criticisms should urge us towards a more reflexive use of the term intersectionality rather than its total rejection, because intersectionality itself has a potential to address and analyze specific empirical contexts. So we at ID for Change believe that intersectionality as a tool to unpack social relations has an emancipatory potential. It creates a wedge to spotlight the commonness in experiences of inequality, even as it uses differences in location to argue what must change. So now coming to our research project. So we conducted this study in the backdrop of the growing awareness of the ways in which social media platforms have transformed the traditionally held notions of public sphere. Our study was also motivated by the mounting evidence that the harmful societal effects of the platformized public sphere are disproportionately borne by women and marginalized groups in India. So the objectives of the study were threefold. One is to capture not only the scale and incidence of violence, but also the nature of online hate and recurrent patterns of abuse. Second, to understand the intersectional location of women in the political field and how it affects the nature and amount of abuse that they face on Twitter. And three, by bringing to light these forms of abuse that run rampant on social media platforms like Twitter, to propose a regulatory framework that is able to contend with the unprecedented challenges of viral hate in the online public sphere. Now the key findings of our research are, one, we observed that the misogynistic speech on Twitter is very pervasive, and trolling in the nature of tongue-in-cheek jokes and remarks were far more common than overtly violent threats, but they were equally pernicious. Then we also observed the prevalence of a kind of herd aggression, where trolls banded together to reply to certain posts posted by women, exploiting the platform affordances of anonymity and virality to hijack the public narrative. And there was clear pattern of intersectional violence with an overarching subtext of Brahminical patriarchy, about which I'll explain in my later slides. And the most crucial finding was the indelible role of platform architecture and the protocols, platform architecture and its protocols, to routinizing abuse against women. Now coming to how we applied intersectionality in our research design methodology and data collection. We decided to adopt an intersectional approach to inform our research design, methodology, data collection and annotation process. This decision stems from what Townsend Bell termed as an intersectional recognition. That is a general acknowledgement at the organizational level of the need to analyze the impact and role of difference, and an awareness of the imperative to perform the said analysis. So an intersectional recognition specifically with respect to this project came from ID for Change's previous work on online gender-based violence, which involved participatory action research, focus group discussions, and interviews with women and youth groups and other relevant stakeholders. And we gave emphasis on 4 of the 6 methodological tenets of intersectional research as identified by Mishra, Carrington and Green in their paper. That is oppression, complexity, context and comparison. So we were sensitive to these methodological tenets and utilized it in our study. Now coming to, but conducting intersectional research poses a very significant methodological challenge. That is how to research and write about multiple forms of differentiation without essentializing these categories or without fragmenting the research subjects. So our study adopted what Banerjee and Ghosh in their paper terms as a lived experience approach. That is focusing on the direct experiences and choices of a given person and the knowledge that they gain from such direct experiences, as opposed to the knowledge a person gains from second-hand or mediated source. So we looked at the lived experience of 20 women in the online public sphere created by Twitter. It helped us to appreciate the subjectivity of the lived digital experience of these women, which cannot be separated into neat categories of gender, caste, religion, etc. Rather, they were simultaneous, linked, and contextual. So coming to data collection, using a purposive sampling method, we selected a sample of 20 women who were active in public political life in India. So this included members of parliament, members of legislative assembly, politicians, political commentators, journalists and activists across political and ideological spectrums. We also included those women legislators and politicians who did not have a Twitter account because we noticed from our Twitter trend analysis that even though they were not on Twitter, their name appeared in tweets. So this allowed us to study how a person lives or how a person is present in the online public sphere even without their active participation. Now in the second level of selection, we used caste identity, religion, age, religion and geography, because India has 28 states and with different linguistic diversity, racial diversity. So we used caste identity, religion, and geography as, and even though we had some limitations because we were not, the team did not have linguistic expertise in all the languages used in India. So that was a challenge that we faced in covering all the states or geographies. But we covered some from both the north, south, east and west. So these were the secondary sampling criteria. Now we decided to include these identity categories based on our insights from previous work and also available literature about intersectional differences in the experience of women in digital spaces in India. Now after applying the above two filtering criteria, a further filtering was done using engagement rate of the concerned women on Twitter. Now, engagement rate was measured in terms of the number of followers and the number of tweets mentioning them. A high engagement rate on the platform was deemed as an important criteria because it would then provide us with a densely populated data set that we could use to draw robust inferences and not merely speculative hypotheses. So due to limitations of data and resources, we could not exhaustively capture the diversity of Indian women engaged in public political life. Yet the data collected yielded some salient insights into the intersectional nature of violence faced by women online. So now after the selection of the sample, mentions directed at the women, at the 20 women in the sample, were collected from their public Twitter profiles for a period of 1 week. That is 26 November to 3rd December 2021, and it yielded 30,460 mentions of the women. Now, once the tweets were mapped for the selected time frame, the team developed a set of annotation guidelines to separate the hateful, abusive and problematic tweets from the rest and classify these into mutually exclusive categories of hateful or abusive speech. So through an inductive coding exercise, a total of 22 codes were defined for annotation to capture the nuances of hateful, abusive or problematic content. So examples of these codes included sexualized slur, casteist slur, dehumanizing insult, direct and indirect religious hate speech, religious stereotyping, casteist hate speech, delegitimizing by othering. So these were some of the 22 codes that we developed. So, and due to the intersectional recognition, we decided that any specific mention against a woman could be categorized under a maximum of 3 mutually exclusive codes. So this was done to capture as far as possible the intersectional nature of abuse that a woman faced. For example, a tweet could simultaneously be religious hate speech, sexualized slur, threat of violence or exercise of dominance. Now coming to how intersectionality was key in our data analysis and drawing research insights. So a broad finding from our analysis of the Twitter mentions that were collected and annotated was that all women in the sample faced some amount of abuse on Twitter. However, it was quite evident that the nature and amount of abuse these women faced varied significantly depending upon their identity and social locations. So intersectionality provided us with a useful framework to understand how the complexity of social inequalities and interconnecting power relations in which the women are embedded interact with the architecture of social media platforms and how that influences the nature of trolling and abuse that they face on Twitter. So we analyzed the data by locating women within a complex matrix of domination. That is the overall organization of hierarchical power relations in a given society. So in the caste-ridden society of India, this matrix of domination is constituted by a distinct type of patriarchy called Brahminical patriarchy. So Brahminical patriarchy is the social institutional order in which control over their mobility, sexuality, choices, and desires are considered crucial to maintain the supremacy and purity of caste-based social. So, keeping this matrix of domination in mind helped us understand nuances and underlying subtext of the online abuse by women. Abuse.
Can you hear me?
Hi.
Can you hear me? Yes. Do you mind repeating the last phrase? We kind of lost you there for a bit.
Yeah, sure, of course. Okay. So I'll just go back to my previous slide. So what I was saying was that we analyzed the data that we collected by locating women within a complex matrix of domination. That is the overall organization of hierarchical power relations in a society. And in India, it's a caste-ridden society. So this matrix of domination is constituted by what can be called as it's a distinct form of patriarchy called Brahminical patriarchy. So Brahminical patriarchy is a social institutional order in which women's subordinate status and control over their mobility, sexuality, choices, and desires are considered crucial to maintain the supremacy and purity of a caste-based socially stratified order. Now, keeping this matrix of domination in mind, it helped us understand the nuances and underlying subtext of the online abuses faced by women in the sample. So, abuses speech directed against them, directed against these women, rarely engaged with their political position or work. Rather, it invariably took the form of gendered attacks on their body and character. Their credentials and achievements were questioned, and they were accused of bringing shame or dishonor to their husbands, fathers, or family through their words and actions. Now, another pattern we found was that the perpetrators sought to put women in their rightful place in the domestic sphere by raking up their private lives in public. Yet another common form of abuse was sexual objectification and making unwarranted references to a woman's body and appearance as a way of retorting to her speech instead of engaging with the substance of her argument. So our findings indicate that the political and cultural regulation of women's body and conduct by men in a distinct South Asian framework of Brahminical patriarchy translates into the online sphere as well and shaped the experience of women on these platforms. So the abuse directed at Dalit women in our sample took a range of forms. Caste stereotyping and insinuation of casteism were far more common than directed caste techniques. One common and familiar stereotype was to call into question the merit of the women, and there were multiple instances of dehumanizing insults directed at Dalit women politicians. Now the sheer volume of abusive and hateful mentions directed at politically prominent Muslim women on Twitter is also to be mentioned, because that provides a glimpse into the thriving online ecosystem of Islamophobic propaganda. So we found that abuse against Muslim women broadly falls into two categories. First is the use of hyper-nationalistic and othering speech that attacks Muslim women based on a narrow definition of nationality or by asserting an exclusive claim over national identity. A second category of mention expressed stereotypical, hateful and propaganda-filled generalizations about Islam or exhibited hate towards women based on their religion. So Muslim women were also subjected to sexually objectifying comments. So the widespread nature of online misogyny that we witnessed on the public sphere, digital public sphere constituted by Twitter in India is not a secondary phenomenon, but it is a structural characteristics of the contemporary political formation. There is a clear prevalence of majoritarian violence in contemporary India, which can be attributed to a sense of sanction and permissiveness given to abusers and trolls by leaders to engage in violence and abuse, both online and offline. So we noted how online public sphere characterized by, we were able to demonstrate that the online public sphere, the networked nature of the platforms with their virality, speed, and the constant attention-seeking design, combined with the impunity enjoyed by perpetrators of majoritarian and gendered violence, shifts the boundaries of acceptable public speech in India. So now coming to how we use the research findings in our work that IT for Change does on gender equality and encountering online gender-based violence. So the findings of this research study inform our ongoing work on legal institutional responses to online gender-based violence, social media governance, and platform accountability. So to give two examples, one is that as part of our advocacy work, IT for Change regularly makes inputs into legislative and policy making at the national and global level on several matters, including countering online gender-based violence, holding platforms accountable, bringing in changes in social media regulatory structures, etc. So it is often found, especially in a country as culturally and linguistically diverse as India, that the measures taken by social media platforms in terms of content moderation and content curation tools to combat online violence often fails to account for unique vulnerabilities or abuse faced by women who are falling at the intersections of multiple disadvantaged social occasions. For example, human and AI moderators of platforms are often ill-equipped to detect and remove abusive message in regional languages in locally specific casteist or religious slurs. So we use findings from the study to urge policymakers and technology companies to invest in capabilities to make content moderation and curation systems sensitive to regional, cultural, linguistic and social contexts, so as to make the digital platforms safe and inclusive for all people. And a second example of how we translate our research into practice is the judicial resource guide that we developed. So we developed a judicial resource guide to aid judges and lawyers in adjudicating and litigating cases of technology-facilitated gender-based violence in a gender-sensitive and rights-based manner. So because in another research that we did, we found that when the online violence cases go before the court, the court often, they may use, so even though India do have some provisions that are particularly targeted at online violence, but there are a lot of penal provisions which can be used both in the online and offline context. And these penal provisions are colonial era legislations, which now we have reformed. Recently the criminal laws were updated, but it's still, the wording still continues. So some of these words tend to use, they're not gender rights sensitive, or they tend to view women as something to be protected. So then Victorian notions of morality are incorporated in the law. So sometimes when the online violence cases come before the court also tend to deal with these cases not in a gender sensitive manner, and they may and there are many instances of remedy being denied to the women because they couldn't, it didn't fit into the criminal evidentiary bar and things like that. So a lot of hurdles are being faced by women to file cases and also to successfully prosecute the perpetrators of online violence. So that is why we developed a resource guide that would aid judges and lawyers to understand the peculiar aspects of online violence and how the existing laws, even though their wordings have some problems, they can be interpreted in a more gender sensitive way, keeping up with the times and keeping up with the changed technology. So in this resource guide, so this is the homepage of the resource guide. I put the link. I hope you can explore it later. So in this resource guide, we also have a module specifically on intersectionality. So as to introduce the concept of intersectionality and to sensitize judges on the importance of viewing the online survivors' experience from an intersectional lens. and to identify the multiple forces of oppression that constitutes her experience, because there were many cases in which a tribal woman or a woman from an oppressed caste is abused. And in India do have legislations that protect, that criminalize violence against scheduled caste and scheduled tribe members. But when an online violence case against a scheduled caste or scheduled tribe member comes, it is usually these provisions are not invoked by the police, right from the police stage to the courts also may not sometimes overlook. So the intersectional nature of violence really needs to be recognized, and that is why we decided to incorporate a module on intersectionality in this resource guide. So finally, coming to the conclusion, so platforms play a very central, social media platforms today play a very central role in shaping and controlling individuals' online interactions, information sharing and overall digital presence. While the internet and social media can reduce barriers to participation for women, there are still significant gender differences in online political involvement and participation, and an accentuated exclusion that some women are subjected to more than others. And algorithmic systems perpetuate and amplify these existing inequalities and injustices. Our analysis of Twitter mentions collected and annotated revealed that all women on the sample faced some form of abuse on the platform. However, the nature and extent of abuse varied significantly based on their identities and social position. So the framework of intersectionality provided us with valuable insights into how social inequalities and power dynamics interacted with the architecture of social media platforms to shape the trolling and abuse experienced by women on Twitter. And it also underscores the need for inclusive design, equitable access to digital services and policies that safeguard digital rights for all women. So there is a need to hold platforms responsible for the hostile and abusive online environment that they foster and profit from. More importantly, the community guidelines, the content governance, content moderation and content curation and grievance redressal mechanisms of these platforms should be sensitive to the cultural, social and political context and peculiarities of the region in which they are operating. So that's all. Thank you so much. I look forward to listen to other presentations and to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, for the people who are online, can you also be jotting down your questions per segment and also people in the room so that you remember them for later on in our Q&A. So right now, we are going to have our second online presentation from Sanjida Arora. Yes. I'm going to have it from Sanjida Arora. Sanjida Arora is a trained dentist and holds a master's degree in public health from Tata Institute of Social Science. She has been affiliated with CEHAT for the past 10 years and co-led an implementation research project in collaboration with the World Health Organization to test training approaches for the rollout of the World Health Organization's clinic and policy guidelines in 2013. Two medical colleges in India. She is also a principal investigator on a research project assisting the effectiveness of counseling intervention in departments of public hospitals for women facing domestic violence. Sanjida, are you online? We can see you.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
We can see you, we can hear you. Are you ready to present?
Yes, so I'll just share my screen.
Yes, please do that. You have 30 minutes to present.
Yeah, can you see my screen? I'll make it full screen.
Yes, we can. Can you just put them on? Okay, thank you. We can see them.
Yeah,
Thank
is it
you.
yeah. Thank you so much for the introduction and good afternoon to everyone. I'm Sanjina and I'm from Sehat Mumbai, which is a Mumbai-based organization working on health and allied themes. And today my presentation is based on a project which aimed at generating evidence on the experiences of young girls and the women facing gender-based violence. And I mean, the aim of the project was also to capture how the structural barriers and the power imbalances hinder a comprehensive response to gender-based violence within the public systems. Yeah, so I'll just give a brief introduction to the project. The project was implemented with support from IDRC through a collaboration between American Jewish World Service and Sehat. The project was based on the rationale that the grassroots organizations which work with the survivors of violence, with young girls and with women, they generate a lot of data while providing services. We call it as service data. Just to give you an example, if there is an organization which is providing legal aid to the survivors, the frontline workers or the case workers or the counselors, they document a lot of information about women's experience of violence, her expectation, trends of the violence. We call it as service data. So, I mean, the idea was that the grassroots organizations working directly with the survivors of violence, including young girls, they document and generate a lot of information on sexual and gender based violence, but they don't have the resources in terms of time, skills, and the training to synthesize that data and influence the policy and the program. Yeah, and very often on the sensitive issues like gender based violence, the service data is the only data which is available, because we all know that doing a primary research on issues of violence against women, sexual violence, it's very difficult. But often we don't value the data which is available at the grassroots level, but also we keep on emphasizing on doing primary research despite its challenges, despite its ethical challenges, right? And so the whole idea was that the grassroots organization generate a lot of information, and this information is grounded in the lived experiences of the survivors, but this information is not being synthesized and is generated into the evidence. So what we did was that Sehat collaborated with the three grassroots organizations who are working with survivors, young girls in different geographical context of India, and they provide different kind of services to the survivors. Is involved in providing legal aid to young girls facing violence and support them in their path to justice. The other organization is providing the counseling services. And the third organization supports the sexual violence survivors and have established models of rehabilitation. So we collaborated with these organizations who are working with the young girls and the of the violence. And we, through these frontline workers, I mean the case workers or the counselors,
Sanjita?
who are, the data holder. Yeah.
Sanjita, sorry?
Can, can you hear me? My
Yes.
internet is a bit fluctuating, yeah.
Yes, we may have missed the last bit of because you cut off.
No, I'll repeat it. Okay. So I was just saying that we collaborated with the three organizations working with survivors of violence in the different geographical context, and these three organizations provide different kind of the services to young girls and women, like legal aid, counseling, or supporting the survivors of the sexual violence and having supporting them in rehabilitation. And the purpose of the whole project was to build the research capacity of the frontline workers. Here, the frontline workers, I would like to say that they are the data holders or the generators at the grassroots levels. So these are the people who are involved in the service provision. They take a lot of information from the survivors, document it, and use it for the service provision, but not for synthesizing the evidence. So our whole purpose was to create this shift. To create a shift where these data generators can own the data and can influence the policy change. So what we did was that we worked with the frontline workers of the three grassroots organizations and built their research capacities. Research capacities, when I say, it means that we looked at the documentation formats that they are using. We build the capacity to look at the gaps in the documentation format, to develop a standardized management information system where the data from the paper can go on a Excel sheet, and how they can use this data to inform their intervention, but also to generate evidence and influence the policy and the programs. So the activities that were done while building the capacity of the frontline workers were that we organized a two-day training workshop where they identified, it was a participatory workshop where they identified the gaps within their documentation formats. They identified the framework for the management information system based on their needs. That in our context, this is the variable which is important. These are the different aspects of the inequalities. These are the groups which are marginalized. So based on that, they developed a management information system, and also we built their capacity to generate descriptive tables based on the data that they entered in the management information system. And to say that throughout the research building capacity, the frontline workers were at the center where they decided the formats that they need to streamline, the management information that they need to develop. Data set that they need to analyze based on need to generate the evidence. And so the analysis, for the analysis we used intersectional. It was grounded in the lives of the young girls and the women, and the intersection of the age, caste, class, between the survivor and the public systems hindered the comprehensive responses to gender-based violence. So just I repeated that the frontline workers were at the forefront of the whole process. They selected the research topic that they want to analyze within their data set. They planned the analysis, and also the dissemination of the evidence was done by them. I'll come to the analysis later, but also would like to highlight that the feminist intersectional lens not only provided us a framework for the analysis of the data set, but also helped us to conceptualize the whole project. Since the primary objective was to build the research capacity of the frontline workers, it helped us to align along the principles of the social justice and the transformation. I'm saying this because throughout the whole activity of the research building, the frontline workers, who are often the most marginalized people from the community itself, working with these grassroots organizations, were at the forefront. And also the purpose of the whole research building was to break the hierarchy or create the fluidity between the service provision and the researcher, and to enable the frontline workers to reclaim the ownership of the data produced. Often we see that a lot of, I mean, especially the researchers, they come and collaborate with the grassroots organization for the research. They use the grassroots organization as a medium to reach to the community. But the frontline workers who are from the organization and are interacting with the communities, providing them services on a daily to daily basis, and have a much better hold on the data and the evidence, because they directly interact with the community. They lack capacity to synthesize the data, right? So, I mean, one of the main purpose was to break this hierarchy between the civil society organization and the researcher, and to shift the ownership of the data to the frontline workers. And the other thing is that the feminist intersectional lens is also embedded in the work that these organizations are carried out for years. Like, for example, in one of the organization, um the leadership role is assumed by the survivors of the sexual violence. So most of their programs and the activities within the community are actually implemented by the survivors of the sexual violence. I mean, they build their capacity, so they are actually the barefoot counselors or the case workers directly providing services to survivors, right? And then the I said that we used feminist intersectional lens as an analysis framework to look at the data sets of all the three organizations, and specifically it was focused on the experiences of the young girls. We all know that they are mostly invisible, and I mean most of the data around that comes as a aggregate, but not in a isolated category, and they face a lot of marginalization and the vulnerability, especially in context of their access to sexual and reproductive health services. Yeah. And I'll now, talk about the analysis that these three organizations conducted through their service data, and what were the main findings. So one of the organization looked at the experiences of the young girls who had faced sexual violence, and their journey to the justice. And what they found was that the young girls who are from the lower caste, they are pressurized with, by the abusers to compromise on several grounds, whether it is financially or politically. And also, often the abuser is from the same village and the same community, where from the community also, as well as the formal systems like Gram Panchayat, there is a lot of pressure faced by the survivor as well as by her family to compromise and to withdraw their police complaint against the abuser, just because the abuser is from a higher caste and the survivor is from a lower caste. Then there is another organization which looked at the survivors of violence, young girls and women accessing police services for addressing violence against them. What we found is that the women, in the cases where the police denied to file a formal complaint against the abuser, were the ones where the women or the young girls were from the lower caste. They asked women to compromise, saying that it's a private matter. Also, the analysis highlighted that natal family violence, the violence faced by the young girls from their own family members, is something which is not looked at in the context of gender-based violence or even violence against women. It's mostly the focus is on domestic violence and sexual violence. But this is something, the natal family violence, which even as the organizations or the grassroots organization, they do not focus on. This is needs focused on, because a lot of young forms of violence where pressure, with objection on the relationship with a certain boy, or threat to discontinue the education, are the common forms of violences faced by the young girls. And thirdly, there is an organization which looked at the experiences of the children witnessing domestic violence in the household, and what they found is that the children who are exposed to domestic violence or even witnessing domestic violence are more likely to drop out from the school, engage in substance abuse, and have poor mental health status. The analysis of the different data sets highlighted how, there are different aspects of vulnerability faced by the young girls, and how it's important to challenge the idea of the sameness and have disaggregated data. The other thing I will highlighted about the relational nature of oppression, how the advantage of one category is linked to the disadvantage of the other category. I just mentioned that if the survivor is from the lower caste and the abuser is from the higher caste, often the survivor faced a lot of pressure to compromise. Yeah. One thing that emerged from the analysis of the data was also that it's important to address all forms of violence, specifically for the organizations working on the domestic violence. Often, when there is intimate partner violence or domestic violence from the husband, the focus is to address physical, emotional, financial violence. But since in India, the sexual violence from husband, or we say marital rape, or marital sexual violence, is not criminalized. But the analysis of the data show that a considerable proportion, almost 48% of the women, face sexual violence from the husband. It's really important for the organizations to engage with the policymakers, and draw the attention about the need to criminalize the marital rape or marital sexual violence. Yeah, and then lastly, the involvement of the frontline workers in the whole project, where they looked at their data, cleaned it, analyzed it, presented it, was, along with complemented with their qualitative implementation of the data, really helped to maintain the integrity of the data. Yeah. Yeah, so just to summarize about the learnings and the challenges, what we found that the grassroots organizations are in a key position to undertake feminist intersectional research, since they are the organizations who are working with the marginalized groups, and are also closer to the community. They provide a lot of the services, and there is a huge potential of the service data, which captures all the aspects of inequality, and has rich information to do any kind of the intersectional research. Then, the evidence from the service data can be a catalyst for setting the research agenda and addressing the inequalities on the ground. Specifically for the issues like gender-based violence, where I earlier mentioned that there are lots of ethical, scientific, as well as, and methodological, as well as ethical challenges to do a primary research. In these cases, service data, which is, because it's data generated through the provision of the services, is really, crucial, and can be a catalyst for, engaging with the policy. But there are also challenges while we work with a grassroots organization. We found that often they lack resources to dedicate time, staff, for synthesis of evidence. One of the important aspect around is also that most of the times the funders, they don't value the importance of the grassroots organizations working this kind of work. So if we want the grassroots organization to generate the evidence, then probably this realization, or we need to develop the recognition that this data is important, and also this should be as a part of the funding thing. Otherwise, grassroots organizations face lots of challenges related to the resources. One last thing about that, when we use the feminist intersectional lens to not only analyze the data sets but also to inform the whole methodology of the project, where we build the capacity of the grassroots organization. When we disseminate the findings, it's really important that they are done in a responsible manner, because there are chances that that whilst disseminating, we are stigmatizing an already stigmatized group, intensify the stereotypes, or it may lead to misleading interpretations. For example, if organizations data show that most of the women accessing the domestic violence counseling services in their center are from a particular religion, and that is proportionally quite high as compared to the other religion. Will that lead to the interpretation that women of a particular religion suffer domestic violence? So it's important, really important for the organizations to present the data very in a responsible manner, where they say that based on the location of the center, the population which is in majorities of this particular religion, that's how these are the women who are mostly accessing our services. This is one of the example we came across through our work with the 3 organizations. Yeah, so I'll end here and we'll wait for Q&A answer, and we'll be happy to respond to any of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Apologies for the connectivity issues, but I think we were able to get a lot of that presentation. So up next, for our next presentation, we have Professor Fazana Hanifa. Professor Fazana Hanifa is a professor at the Department of Sociology at the University of Colombo, since July 2023, a member of Sri Lanka's Human Rights Commission. She is a teacher, researcher, activist, and has published on social and political history of Muslims, on the anti-Muslim movement, gender politics, and higher education. She's going to be presenting on Undoing Violent Extremism, a 3-country collaborative research study by Women and Media Collective for grounding the need for a more complex analysis of women's experiences of political violence. Prof. Fazana can come. She's in person, so you can see her. If you have yes, you can just use this clicker to move the.
Okay. Good afternoon. I just want to start by saying that I'm really, really pleased to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here personally. And I'm also really happy with the synthesis that Hannah and the rest of the team presented today. I think she indicated, but I'll start off by saying that we were a little bit reluctant, actually, to talk about the work that we had done initially when we were approached in terms of an intersectionality framework, particularly because we had done all of this work without really thinking about the fact that our framework was intersectional, or that it was described as an intersectionality, could be described as an intersectionality framework. So we were a little bit sort of puzzled as to why we needed to somehow fit it into the parameters of an intersectionality framework, right? But given the fact that globally there is a conversation that is predominantly run as part of an intersectionality framework, right, that values that approach with regards to doing development research, etc., etc. And we felt sort of compelled to have that conversation, how to think about the work that we did from that particular perspective. But our sort of like our engagement was kind of sort of reluctant and slightly oppositional. So I think that kind of comes through in how we have organized our presentation. So if you can have the next slide. Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to do it, right? What am I doing? Ah, right, thank you. Okay, so I will first present exactly what our project did, and then I'll talk a little bit about how we think about it as intersectional. So first of all, okay, I need to see this. So it's down like this. Okay, so the project was coordinated by the organization that Hannah mentioned as WMC, the Women and Media Collective, a very sort of long-standing, well-established women's activist organization. That was established in the 1980s. The overall project lead was one of the executive directors at the WMC, Kumudini Samuel. I was research lead, and the country leads were separate, who organized and ran the country projects were Kamala Chandrakirana from Indonesia, Sarala Immanuel from Sri Lanka, and Roshmi Goswami from India. So as you see, it was a 3-country project, but unfortunately, we couldn't do the India component because, there were certain restrictions that occurred in India during that time, in 2020, when the project took off, and we were not logistically able to carry it out. But we did have a paper done on India by Ponyarasu, which was done on the basis of some document research, desk research, and not field work. Okay, so the research emerged, I hope you can read this text. The research emerged from the understanding that contemporary conversations on political violence, called violent extremism, and especially how such violence affects women, was extremely shallow and insular for a variety of globally identifiable reasons. Okay, for instance, there was global awareness that women's empowerment in particular contexts was leading to reduction in political violence, again defined as violent extremism. But however, such a realization was pushing policy where women were being empowered, quote unquote, to fulfill mostly security needs. These included attempts to have women work as informants within their own communities, thereby placing them at greater risk and further undermining vulnerable and marginalized groups. Now, the discourse of violent extremism did little to address ongoing issues of state complicity, for instance, in violence, and the state inadequately addressing issues of exclusion that might, and the context within which violence was most prominent were also those where rule of law and respect for human rights-based activism was at its lowest. And these kinds of, so there was an overlap between the way the state sort of looked at marginalization, exclusion, etc., and also the way in which the state sort of prioritized human rights concerns. So the UN support for the push for counterterrorism legislation was further validating state actors' actions that contributed to such violence. Right? So the state was empowered by the UN's push to sort of bring about exclusionary laws and policies. And that also was not adequately identified as a problem that contributed to the sort of the upsurge in what was defined as violent extremism. So our project came up from a realization that research that foregrounded women's experiences in conflict contexts was urgent and necessary to inform both policy and activism. So the background is the research project was conceptualized by 3 long-established senior feminist activists
from the 3 countries, Kumi, as I mentioned, Kumi Samuel, Kamala Chandakirana, and Roshni Goswami, on the basis of a long history of shared activism across the 3 country contexts. These are people who had worked a lot together, had a long history of collaboration, and a long sort of understanding of the politics of each context, one another. They were informed by the sort of like the collaborative work that they had already done. So the questions that were generated for the project, as you will see later on, were informed by the politics of the respective contexts. It was informed by the need to highlight the issues that impacted each context when carrying out research on violent extremism. And it was informed by the need to build solidarity and research and analytical abilities among younger women in each country. Now, the plan for the research, now 3 countries were to be studied, and we were going to study 3 locations in each of the countries where violent events had occurred in the past, or there was sort of ongoing violence. So in those 3 contexts, we were going to also look at 5 case studies. So a total of 15 case studies for each country. And this material was to be informed by a literature review, a country-specific radicalization paper where the emergence of violent politics was mapped, and a country-specific social media paper where the impact of new media on the spread of violent movement ideologies was interrogated. Okay, so when we did this work as sort of the pandemic was starting, so we had our first sort of inception meeting, I think in early sort of 2020, when we were experiencing the first lockdowns. So we decided that each project context had a different politics, and a country research lead would have the freedom to integrate the context-specific politics into their research program and background papers. So in Sri Lanka, we had a history of violent conflicts and a recently ended war that also spoke to the context of violent extremism that was ongoing, which was the Easter bombings that happened in 2019. In 2019, we had this, just 10 years after the war ended. The war in itself was hugely violent and transformative for the country. But 10 years after the war ended, we had the Easter bombings, which was unprecedented. Muslim militants killed close to 265 people in 4 locations in the country. And so that was the context within which, the tensions were really high. People were very, it was very volatile in the country at that moment. So that was the context within which we were doing in Sri Lanka. In India, the context was also really very different. The new legislation, the farmers' protests had all just started, I think, and there was some new legislation marginalizing Muslims that was introduced. I forget the terminology that was used for that. And then, as the project progressed, it got, the context of work got increasingly difficult, and we ultimately had to pull the project from there. And in Indonesia, there was the emergence of, there was the importance of identifying the emergence of sort of an Islamic, what they wanted to also call Islamic extremist project within Indonesia that was trying to take over all sort of like institutions and structures within the Indonesian context, but which was also sort of, although the state wasn't actually directly connected with that context, the state was also sort of manipulating that situation to do sort of very sort of repressive laws, to introduce very repressive laws with regards to the economy and also with regards to freedom of expression. Okay. So, sorry, that was a slight sort of aside from the presentation. But so the data collection for the case studies was to be done on the basis of life history narratives, and these were to be informed by key informant interviews and focus group discussions with local women to get their perspective and insights on the history and politics of the context. We wanted to ensure that we included not just the history of violence, but also, and this is crucial, women's organizing and protest in all of those contexts. I'm sorry, I'm really, really cold. That is why I'm sort of kind of struggling a little bit. Didn't anticipate this. Okay. So interrogating the language of violent extremism So this material comes from 2020. I'm hoping that there is some sort of like development in all of these things, but I am working on sort of like the definitions that we developed in 2020. So there is currently no internationally accepted definition of either terrorism or violent extremism, but both terms are used as if there is agreement as to definition. Okay. VE is a catch-all phrase for post-9/11 violent movements and considered slightly better than the term terrorism. Now, it attempted to define contemporary movements categorized as VE as different from past movements that utilized violence, like IRA or the Black Panthers. So violent extremist movements were defined as somehow irrational and carried out generally without a political agenda. The most movements that were categorized as violent extremists were mostly Muslim, and so as a counter to this sort of like development of these definitions of violent extremism, there was also a growing literature recognizing that the VE language was racist and consisting of bad science. So our project proposal was written with the terminology intact, and it was important as we carried the project forward that we challenged it, and we did. Okay, so Indonesia. Now, the history and scale of Indonesia, its sheer size and multiplicity of ethnic groups and religious communities, required a decentralization process similar to that which we used at the level of the countries. They had their own contextual specificities and their politics. Now, the research was motivated by a need to understand, like I said, the underlying ideological force of the Islamic movements attempting to transform the Indonesian secular state into an Islamic state, and thereby denying Indonesia's ethnic plurality, limiting the roles of women, and denying rights to religious minorities and sexual minorities. So the research in Indonesia was located in West Java, in Poso in central Sulawesi, and in Pontianak in West Kalimantan. And there were partner research organizations that I have mentioned in the slide, who also were very much stakeholders within the research process. The research lead, Kamala Chandakirana, worked with these organizations, and she had a long history of working with them as well. And each of these organizations led the research processes in the respective contexts. So, in Sri Lanka, the research was organized in the aftermath of the Easter bombings, like I stated earlier. So the politics was that the impact of the Easter bombings could not be understood, and this was a very difficult thing to say at that moment, but we wanted it to be understood as, well, it could not be understood without reference to the other violent political movements that the country experienced. The southern insurrection by the Janata Vimukti Peramuna in 1971 and 1988-89. So interestingly, it is a Janata Vimukti Peramuna-led coalition that has just come to power in Sri Lanka in a very, very interesting and important political victory just a few weeks ago. So the southern insurrection in 71 and 88-89, then the ethnic conflict from 83 to 2009, and then, interestingly, the post-war Sinhala supremacist, fascist, Buddhist organizations, and of course, in 2019, Islamic militancy. So the locations for Sri Lanka were Kurunegala in the northwest, Batticaloa in the northeast, and Negombo in the western coast. So in Negombo we chose because a huge church was bombed on the 19th of in 2019 during the Easter bombings. Then Batticaloa there was a bombing, but also very important in relation to the conflict. Then Kurunegala, anti-Muslim violence in the aftermath of the bombings was important, and also a huge feeder area for the military for the ethnic conflict that ended in 2009. So, we adopted a qualitative research methodology that foregrounded the importance of engaged interviews and focus group discussions. In Sri Lanka, interviews were carried out after extensive trust building in the midst of communities that continued to be tense. Like I said, we did it almost sort of within a year after the bombings, so tensions were still really high, especially in the areas where bombings had occurred. And actually, across the country, tensions were really high between sort of Muslim and other communities. In Indonesia, the interviews were carried out by members of community groups with a history of work in the area. Like I said, there were particular organizations that were in charge of the research in Indonesia. In each of the 6 contexts, we wrote up the findings in terms of a case study of each area that laid out the socioeconomic specificity and the history of political protest and violence in each area as background to the stories of the women. So the particular politics of Kurunegala and Batikalo and Mutbal in Sri Lanka, as well as the other contexts in Indonesia, were hugely important and informed how we understood the lives of the women. So, several background papers were commissioned together with a country-specific literature review to inform the research and the writing in each country. Workshops were carried out for the Indonesian teams to build a common knowledge base for the team and for the sharing of experiences. This is, I think, what Hannah also quoted in her presentation. After the research was conducted, writing workshops were held to train the researchers to write up their life histories. The entire team met every month virtually to ensure that the work was on track and to offer support in an extremely difficult work environment. We also worked in several different languages, and the work had to be ultimately translated into English for the sort of the ultimate report. So there were several steps through which the work was conducted, and some things were disseminated in the language in which they were produced as well. Okay, so findings and conclusions for Indonesia. So the study noted the elaborate planning and process that was involved in the building and maintenance of the Islamist movements. The movements set goals and targets that the recruits had to achieve. There were rewards and opportunities provided to those who excelled at the assigned tasks. These tasks often involved actions that grew the movement. The research documents the way the movements fulfilled young women's need for friendship, support, direction, and ideas, and provided opportunities for growth. It demonstrated the energy that the young women bring to these movements and how they thrive and grow. The research was clear in the demonstration of engagement on the part of the young women, and that they were usually captivated by such movements because they themselves were seeking out some direction for their lives. Now, the research also demonstrated that young women left such movements when exposed to ideas that contradicted the claims of the movement, and when their own past experiences made them question the truths that these movements were espousing. So the research also then drew attention to the fact that there wasn't an adequate presence of the thinking of feminist, pluralist, and pro-democracy movements in the places where these young women lived, and that the presence of such movements and their thinking being reachable for all young women is a goal that the Indonesian women's movement and progressive movements in general should strive towards. I think this was an extremely important finding and conclusion for the Indonesian case. The research also indicated an important learning that religion and religious differences were not always the primary motivation in conflicts that were planned on religious grounds. For instance, in Poso, it was economic concerns that were translated into an ethnic or religious issue that led to the violence in that region. 3, the research also pointed out that although the Indonesian state may not yet fully identify with the Islamist project, those in power have instrumentalized Islamists for their own ends. For instance, the regime in power has enabled the growth of the Islamist project, and the Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, for instance, and consolidated its own repressive power under the current regime as well. Okay, findings and conclusions in Sri Lanka. Nationalist movements and religious reformist movements often target women in ways that limit women's movement, self-expression, and choice, and have little respect for their dignity. In the Sri Lankan case, women from all communities are affected by the nationalist and reformist movements that have been working in Sri Lanka since independence. Such movements are inevitably faced with resistance from women, and women are invariably punished for their recalcitrance. Women also participate and enable such movements and are victimized by the masculine discourses that support othering and violence. Even progressive and well-intentioned community mechanisms, like interfaith committees, for instance, are often unable to intervene on behalf of women who fall victim to such processes. Women who are instrumentalized by nationalist forces participate in rhetorical othering of different ethno-religious groups in pursuit of justice for their own circumstances, but are often abandoned by such movements. Even under the most difficult circumstances, there are women who value and work towards community and solidarity. The state has done little to address the differences between communities, and state functionaries and the police have participated in and benefited from the cultivation of animosities. The country remains highly militarized, and the oppositional polarization and the confrontational ethos of the conflict period continues to impact communities. The maintenance of conflict-era practices by the military and the police continue to impact families. Okay, project findings and conclusions. The terminology of violent extremism is insufficient and obfuscatory and did not have either descriptive or analytical value in the context that was studied, but it continued to prevail due to its usage at the policy level. Women were both victims and participants in political movements that espoused violence and exclusionary ideologies. Women's activism in resistance to violence in both contexts need to be supported. Women's experiences in Sri Lanka indicated the effect of multiple violent and exclusionary movements on women's lives. Some women were impacted by more than one of the above movements. Okay. So in Indonesia, movements were successful in recruiting women due to their organizational capacity, extensive support networks, and promise of leadership and personal growth opportunities. The emphasis on non-state actors as perpetrators of violent extremism hides the complicity of the state and the manner in which the state power has become entrenched. The large numbers of laws and regulations that the discourse has enabled has brought about the crushing of dissent and the enabling of neoliberal economic dominance. Okay. So, intersectionality and the WMC project. Okay. So, our project methodology, as I mentioned at the outset, was not framed as intersectionality. It emerged from close engagement with local communities and the requirement of finding a methodology that enabled us to be faithful to the complexity of their lives. Our politics included an analysis of the structural forces, social and economic, that impacted on local communities that we were studying, and the gender dimensions that impacted their lives. Now, as I explained, the sort of the background papers that we wanted, the sort of the context that we wanted to study, and the sort of the forces that impacted on particular contexts were really important to the way in which we understood how women's lives were also impacted. So the role of the state in each country context and its impact on local communities was important. And we were also committed to feminist solidarity and movement building in the process of carrying out the research. So our methodology emerged from the above. These are the issues that we sort of like foregrounded when we were formulating our methodology. So given the requirements of the project, so we looked at one of the readings that was shared with us, the Misra et al. Paper, and we mapped what we did onto the sort of the framework that that Misra offered. So they talked about oppression, relationality, complexity, context, comparison, and deconstruction, and we mapped our work onto that. How am I doing for time? I have 5 minutes. Yeah, I think that should do. So oppression, we understood violence as impacting them due to several vectors of oppression. They are gender, class, location within communities, ethno-religious ideologies, states' anti-democratic secularization measures. We also found that geographical location was important. In the case of both Sri Lanka and Indonesia, where the states have centralized administrative structures, the distance to the peripheries had decisive economic and political dimensions. So our research was designed to generate insights to impact policy to change the above. Our methodology highlighted the history of each of these locations in a narrative of struggle and of state violence against such struggles, and also women's activism and participation in violence in addition to victimization. So relationality with regards to that framework is defined as the necessity of recognizing that within a complex matrix of domination, the disadvantage of one group of people is connected to the advantages enjoyed by another. So in the case of the WMC project, in the case of ethno-religious identity, we foregrounded intra-group relationality more than intergroup relationality. In the Sri Lankan context, the majoritarian states' minoritization initiatives had led to violent protest movements. The relationality there was fairly clear, since it had led to protest movements. We therefore wanted to foreground how, within established understandings of oppression of one community by another, there are instances where the marginal sections of the dominant community, usually poor women, are instrumentalized in the service of the hegemonic actions of the leadership. The Sinhala nationalist instrumentalization of poor Sinhala women's anxieties was particularly interesting, and I will just say one example here. Now, in the aftermath of the Easter bombings, there was a real push to victimize Muslims, and there was a case of one doctor in Kurunegala, one of the areas that we studied. This doctor was a gynecologist, and he was accused of sort of performing operations on 400 women to make them infertile, right? So the way in which the state sort of utilized is that the state took on this case and prosecuted the doctor, right? I mean, now it is a you're not being heard online. Sorry, apologies to those listening online. So the prosecution of this doctor on this concocted basis was a huge problem, and for the prosecution, they managed to mobilize 400 poor women to come forward, right? The fact that they, and we documented that some of these women who were mobilized were ultimately left sort of like, stranded, right? Because they kind of believed in that narrative of the doctor having somehow affected their lives, right? And the Muslim doctor having affected their lives. And after sort of, the politics changed and the doctor's issue was no longer relevant, they were just left high and dry, basically, right? So that is what we mean by the sort of the mobilization of the poor women for their, political ends. So complexity, the methodological tenet recognizes that there are multiple vectors through which the matrix of domination is constituted. For instance, race, class, and gender may be compounded by sexual orientation, caste, and disability. Our focus was on women who had a relationship to violent events, either as victims or as perpetrators, as supporters of and participants in violent groups. Within such a sample, we ensured that the women that we chose to interview represented the relevant ethno-religious groups pertinent to the conflict context, and also that they were from different age cohorts. We were also committed to highlighting the experiences of the most marginalized women from these ethno-religious groups, and therefore, caste and class were relevant as well. We drew attention when relevant to the cases of middle-class women whose experiences were different from those experiencing greater marginalization. Now, context. This methodological tenet recognizes that the above dimensions are not fixed and can change depending on contextual specificity. Contextual specificity meaning regional disparity and historical importance. It emphasizes that recognizing contingency in the way power relations play out is a key factor. Now, we were carrying out a project across 3 different countries and highlighted the need to focus on 3 different locations in each of the countries. We were committed to highlighting the specificity of women's experiences in these different contexts and required paying attention to the contingencies in each context. I've said a little bit about this, so I'll move on. So comparison. This term references the limits that an intersectional perspective will inevitably face when being operationalized as a method. When vectors are considered which vectors are considered relevant will depend on the nature of the inquiry and what the inquiry proposes to achieve. Therefore, not all prevailing issues impacting identity may be considered salient. So, we primarily utilized the vectors of gender, ethno-religious identity, caste, and class, and ensured that the women we interviewed represented different generations. The methodology of life histories also ensured that the material collected about women's lives was complex and yielded information that was not limited to how the above identity categories and categories alone impacted women's lives. And there were certain categories that we left out. For instance, sexual orientation was not one that we utilized during that time, and it was not one that sort of like presented itself as important, but it could have been, right? But that was not one that we utilized. So deconstruction was another category. We did not call attention to the necessity of deconstructing the category of ethno-religious identity, for instance, that was salient for our research. We used those categories to identify research participants, but also identified the circumscription of women's roles as a function of such categories as a problem. In many instances, women experience violence when they challenge roles prescribed by community norms. Since the identities built upon those categories and claims made as such a result of such categories were the salient factors for our research, we kept the categories intact. The entire philosophical orientation of the research, however, critiques the prominence placed on such categories, especially the victimization of women through the prominence. Okay, so clearly there is considerable overlap between the sort of the approach that we took and the intersectionality framework. So the WMC project's position on intersectionality, I'll read out. So our position is informed by the debate that I think one of our colleagues also referenced in India between Nivedita Menon, who argues that the intersectionality framework offers little that is helpful, and her critics who say that the analysis provided by frameworks used in India have not been exhaustive. So, for instance, I mean, we have had feminist interventions, but clearly the problems still exist, right? So the possibility of new frameworks offering perspective that maybe have not been taken into account, we left open, right? So we are persuaded, however, with Menon's claim that research methodologies and frameworks and engaged analysis of politics must be radically contextual. We would like to contend that our framework is informed by our own history of engagement and therefore should be recognized as a commitment to complexity that does not emerge through the use of the intersectionality framework named as such. And as Hannah has pointed out, I would like to state that it emerges from feminist engagement throughout a long history of protest and agitation. So, however, we are aware of the huge contribution of the intersectionality framework in bringing greater complexity to the categories in use at the level of the UN agencies and the treaty bodies. And so we reference in the report to the following. This is a quote that we took from the report. This is something that one of our, finish? Yeah, this is the last bit, right? No, just to point out that the Committee on Social, Economic and Cultural Rights makes a reference to intersectionality in its general comment number 20. Okay, I won't read it, just to say that there have been many instances that we recognize where the intersectionality framework has been useful in bringing sort of like a wider lens through which issues can be appreciated by the UN, for instance. And this is important for change, and we recognize that. So it is for this reason that we also sort of felt that we needed to engage with the project. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Fazana. I'm just checking if Marian and Sanjita are online. Are you still online? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hi.
Yes. Yes, okay. So we're about to begin our Q&A portion. I hope everybody has their questions noted down and ready. So we're going to start with the round in the room, and then we're going to check to see if there's any questions online and then address those as well. So please raise your hand if you have any questions. And please address the speaker directly.
Okay, it's Hannah again. Well, first of all, just hi to Maren and Sanjida. It was very nice to see and hear you, and glad you could be with us, even if it's only virtually. So just a quick comment really for Sanjida. It's not a question, and then I have a question for Farzana. So Sanjida, I just wanted to restate and say how important I think the observation you were making about how highlighting intersectional inequalities can further stigmatize an already stigmatized group and potentially deepen stereotypes and so, or lead to misleading interpretations, as you put it. So I just think that's a really, really important point, and the responsibility that comes with doing this kind of research. So I just wanted to say I really appreciated that emphasis. And then my question is for Farzana. And once again, I mean, one of the things I found in engaging with your work was just how little I knew, especially about Sri Lanka and Indonesia. And I learned, of course, I still have much more to learn, but again, parts of the world that I embarrassingly have even a contemporary, very limited understanding. So I learned so much, and once again, and my question though is actually going a bit beyond the report, which is rather thinking about you now as a professor of sociology at the University of Colombo and as someone on the Human Rights Commission in Sri Lanka. And I guess I'm interested in where intersectionality is present or not in those two spaces. So one in sociology, is it, has it got caught up in the intersectionality kind of buzz, and are there present day discussions and debates around its relevance in the realm of sociology in Sri Lanka? And then secondly, I mean, in relation to your point on the UN Committee on Social and Cultural Rights, and you saying you see value in intersectionality being used in that kind of human, social, cultural rights space. I'm interested in what sense is it part of conversations and the important work that the Human Rights Commission does. So it's a fairly general question, but it's around where you see it being, or its presence or its absence, and what that might say. Thanks.
Hello. Oh, perfect. Hi, everyone. I'm Asanda Mbele, an associate researcher here at SCIS. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, ladies. I have a question for Maren, our first speaker. As a lawyer, what are some of the measurements taken by the law officials, in terms of addressing this kind of online harm, right? I want to understand how effective are they, in terms of sort of addressing the online crime that you've indicated. Also, what were some of the limitations on your study? Thank you.
Can I just ask? Okay. Thanks to all of our speakers for this session. I just have a couple of questions, one for Sanjida and another for Farzana. I'll start with the one with the last presentation. I think as you were going through the presentation, something that kind of stood out to me, and I think we've raised this in some of the discussions even previously with our learning dialogues, was kind of the importance of language and framing in how we approach research. And I'm thinking in particular the challenge from decolonial feminists in particular that calls for feminists or feminist researchers to challenge even their own kind of pre-existing perceptions as to not kind of perpetuate existing understandings of particular groups and others. And I wonder whether any of these considerations came about in the process of your research, and in particular how the importance of language shaped kind of perceptions of the project, within the project, but also the research questions that came out of that, and how in particular predetermined ideas on the agenda of movements and also the framing of women in this context, while noting women as participants, but kind of the persistent use of kind of viewing women as victims or vulnerable in this kind of understanding of their role. So whether there were any kind of considerations of that, or kind of the questions or considerations around language and framing. And then a question to Sanjida. You mentioned the importance of sharing information responsibly. And I wondered if you had any practical examples of how to do this. And I think other speakers coming from different sectors or working with different groups might have suggestions as well, and you can speak on that. And one of the things that I'm interested in or concerned about here is, in approaching research intersectionally, how do we protect our participants who may be vulnerable, and particularly in this case, victims of gender-based violence? How do we do that throughout the kind of research process without, of course, I think from Uyghur's perspective, there's this notion of kind of doing no harm. So yes, there's do no harm in terms of the kind of political, economic context, but how do we do that in sharing these stories, but also in undertaking the research process responsibly? Thank you.
Hi. My name is Sho, and I'm a research fellow at the SCIS, but also an activist from India. Congratulations and thank you to all three presenters and research teams. Very diverse, very interesting topics. Kindly bear with me, everyone, because I have a three-part question. And the first one is directed at Dr. Farzana, but the rest of it, and even that, anyone of you, please feel free to respond to. So, Dr. Farzana, you mentioned that there were some discomforts and some reluctance in using the terminology or the concept of intersectionality in your work. Could you perhaps elaborate a little bit on what some of those discomforts were? So that's the first part. Second is the intersectionalities framework, in your experiences, conducive to building commonalities, or what one could call a set of generalized particularities across different contexts? What I'm trying to say is, does it unite or only fragment further? And the third question that I had was, in the course of this project, have any of you all come across other alternative frameworks that might be useful in contemporary times to grapple with some of the challenges that we are facing today, or doing the kind of studies that have been represented here and are being done? That's it. Thank you.
Okay. I think they can answer those questions, and then we'll come back for a second round with Sipati and Suhaila. Yes.
The online ones first.
Okay. Sanjida, are you available to take the questions?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. You can go ahead.
Okay, so I mean, for me, the question was any suggestions on, presenting or disseminating the findings of the intersectional research responsibly, and also, in relation to it, what are the ethical considerations that we need to keep in mind while doing any kind of the intersectional research in terms of protecting participants? For us, in our experience, what is important is to, present the data. From our learnings, what is important is to present the data transparently and also have comparative data with on the similar aspects from a non-marginalized group. I mean, probably if we are doing an intersectional research with a particular marginalized group, would be good to also have, I mean, how we do it is, I mean, to prevent the, further stigmatization is that get the secondary data or the evidence or even from a from a national level estimate and compare it with that. For example, if there is a national level survey, like in India there is National Family and Health Survey, which says this is the prevalence of the domestic violence, but the survey doesn't provide it in a disaggregated forms as per the caste or the class is concerned or even the age. Age wise it provides, but not with the caste. And we are doing research with a particular our data highlights the vulnerability of certain kind of violence or experience of violence within a particular group, and then comparing it with the national average, and showing how there is an increased vulnerability in that terms, and also our research should able to contextualize that increased vulnerability, not leaving it at that only. Okay, if there is increased vulnerability or even condition which is stigmatized used by a particular marginalized group, like for example TB in India, tuberculosis in India, then probably you need to contextualize it, the housing, the kind of the access to the resources and the health services that this particular group has. I mean, these are the important considerations while when we are looking at the data and interpreting the findings. As far as the protecting the participants within the intersectional research is concerned, what I believe, I mean, personally believe that it's important that it needs to be a participatory process right at the conceptualization of the research and the design. So that the interest of the group with which we are doing is at the center of the whole the research design, and in that would take care to a, I mean, a lot of extent take care, our ethical challenge of protecting the participants. Yeah.
Thank you, Sanjita. Marian, are you available to take?
Yes, yes. So there was a question. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. So there was a question on how the police deal with online violence and the limitations of our study. So on the first question, yeah, it's a very important, because as I said, in the pursuit of justice in online violence case, there are a lot of hurdles that survivors face right from the start, right from the filing of a complaint with the police. So, of course, in India, especially in rural areas, there is a lot of hesitancy, and even in urban areas, especially for marginalized communities, there is a lot of hesitancy in going up to the police station to file a complaint because they fear being themselves being victimized. So, so for example, and another aspect that adds complexity to this is that police, in most of the cases, do not view.
Okay. Prof, do you mind going? And then we'll try and get her back. Okay. In the meantime.
Okay, to respond to Hannah's question first, in terms of sociology and the Human Rights Commission and how intersectionality maybe is relevant in those contexts. Sociology, well, I mean, in terms of our research, we are compelled to take, multiple categories into account. And so we do that, right? I mean, for the most part, I think,
a lot of my colleagues do that, and I think that's sort of an accepted practice. And we teach intersectionality as intersectionality in our classes. We do that. So with regards to the Human Rights Commission, so I can say two things, I think. So we usually take cases on complaints of violations of fundamental rights. And so usually the response is very legalistic. All of my colleagues are lawyers, and so to introduce a certain sort of a larger social context within which some of the sort of the violations occur is always important, and I feel myself doing that increasingly. So it comes as important in that context, and also we respond as the Human Rights Commission to the country's treaty responsibilities, right? But even when we're talking about treaty responsibilities, then they're very sort of like, one track in some sense, right? Sort of, disability, gender, right? So to sort of complicate the responses and talk about sort of like different kinds of categories that are within that particular sort of category that we are addressing with regards to a certain treaty body, also intersectionality comes into play and becomes important. So yeah, I think I'll leave it at that. Yeah, for that question. Sibiwe, I'm not quite sure I understood the question, but if you're asking about how we looked at issues of quote-unquote victimhood in terms of using that kind of terminology. Well, we didn't really use the terminology to describe particular cases, but we understood that women's sort of location in the context of violent movements, right, could be multiple and sometimes victimized while they sort of locate themselves as somehow benefiting, right? Like, for instance, the example that I discussed with regards to the women who were sort of mobilized to speak against that doctor, right? So the women were all sort of uniformly poor, Sinhala women, Sinhala meaning the sort of the majority community, right? So in terms of the narrative, they were sort of the part of the master narrative in some sense, right? It was their story that was being told, that like these bad Muslims were sort of sterilizing Sinhala women to ensure that Muslims become the majority in the country, right? So that was the narrative that they were part of. And so they were Sinhala women within that narrative who were being mobilized against this doctor for a court case, right? But these women were poor women, right? And many of them were having problems of fertility and problems of access to healthcare and all of those kinds of issues, and problems with sort of childcare and sort of children with disabilities, all of those sorts of things, right? But the state mobilized them in this particular case, state and also sort of nationalist groups mobilized them. But suddenly when sort of the context changed and you could not any longer speak of these issues, because lots of things changed politically in Sri Lanka, and sort of the regime that was pushing this anti-Muslim agenda was thrown out by the sort of the uprising, the popular uprising that we had in 2022. Okay, I'm sorry, this is all new information for many of you, I'm sure. But so that we had a popular uprising in 2022 that unseated our president and our prime minister, right? So at that moment, the anti-Muslim push that the regime was sort of capitalizing on was completely undermined, right? And the person who became president was awful for other reasons, but he didn't push the anti-Muslim agenda. Okay, so at that moment, pushing the anti-Muslim agenda and taking this court case forward was no longer politic, and the state just dropped it, right? So when the state dropped it, all these women who were mobilized were just sort of like abandoned. They were left hanging, right? So all these people who were gathering to sort of mobilize them and telling them that, if you come for this court case, you will have certain advantages and we will save you from this horrible Muslim menace and all of that. I mean, they were just left, and they didn't even have a sort of a correction to the narrative that they were a part of, right? So they are still thinking of this horrible Muslim who sort of like, made me lose my child or whatever, and that's just left, right? So for us, sort of these people were mobilized and manipulated by sort of both the nationalist movements and the state at a certain point. Okay, so that is where I locate their victimhood in some sense, although they are representatives of the sort of the larger nationalist camp and of the larger single group. Yeah. Okay, was there another question? Yeah, it shows a question about the discomfort. Now, the discomfort emerged when we were asked to frame what we had done as intersectionality, right? I mean, we didn't really have anything against intersectionality. That was not the discomfort. But when we were asked to frame what we had already done without thinking of it in terms of intersectionality, when we were asked to see it as intersectionality, that for us was a bit of a, like, now why should we kind of question, right? But given that, you know, globally, that is the framework that is opening certain spaces up. Right? That is the framework that is enabling sort of greater inclusion, broader conversations, right? So we are not ready to say, you know, that's Western and we don't want it, right? That seems a little bit sort of a, you know, not a very helpful position to take. So that's kind of where we come from in terms of that.
Okay, great. We'll start with Sipati, then we'll come to Suhaila, and then Nicole.
Sorry, can I mean, I just regained my connectivity. I was about to answer.
Sorry, you can go ahead, Marianne.
Yeah, thank you. So there was a specific question on how, you know, the police in India deal with online violence and what are the limitations of our study. So with respect to the first question, yeah, there are a lot of challenges in filing a police complaint itself on gender-based violence, online gender-based violence cases. So one is that still many a times the police do not consider online violence as serious as a physical violence. And especially when online trolling, fortunately or unfortunately, has become so normalized, they don't understand the gravity of it, or they feel that it's a normal part. So a lot of times people who come up with complaints may be discouraged, and particularly those from marginalized communities find it very difficult to get even the complaint filed because of the apathy of the law enforcement officers. Secondly, when it comes to for a successful prosecution of digital online violence, you know, digital evidence is very crucial. So the police also face difficulties in. We do have some SOPs on how digital evidence has to be collected and how it has to be preserved, and you know how that chain of custody has to be maintained till it goes to the court. But a certain study has found that, you know, the police don't consistently follow it. They follow it in special priority cases, but don't follow it always. So there is, and even the infrastructure needed to collect these sort of evidences is not there in every parts of India. Further, even when the police try to, another major hurdle that police faces with respect to getting evidence or information from the intermediaries, the social media platforms themselves, because social media platforms hold a huge amount of information about how, you know, they can provide information about the post, the person who posted the content, but even getting that information from the intermediaries, especially because now we do require, now the Indian laws require them to be registered in India and they have an office in India. But earlier, even getting the evidence from the intermediaries, the platforms was a challenge. Then another challenge, another difficulty in police with respect to how police handle is in filing the charge sheet. So charge sheet is where the the offences is described. Now, as I said, the Indian penal laws, we do have there's a colonial hangover. So even for a particular case, for example, non-consensual dissemination of intimate images, even for that case, you can have multiple sections. You have Indian Penal Code, but you also have Information Technology Act, which was enacted in the 2000s. So there are multiple sections that apply, and but under the Indian Penal Code, these sections are usually framed from an angle of obscenity. They see it as an obscene video, but that is not the main problem in an NCID case, right? It's a violation of the privacy and the autonomy of the women. So that is not being, that is not reflected in the IPC provision, in the Indian Penal Code provisions, whereas the Information Technology Act has some, they do consider the privacy violation of the act as as what is constituting the crime. So, but in most of the cases, to increase the chance of prosecution, the police just file the obscenity provisions. They may not sometimes charge the IT Act provision. So there is a lot of confusion with respect to what section has to be charged, and that will, in the long term, affect their case in the court as well. So these are the challenges in dealing with the police in an online gender-based violence case. Now, coming to the limitations that we faced in our study. So one limitation is that our study was conducted on a very small sample size. There were only so we selected only 20 women. But India is a very diverse country with many regional linguistic diversity. So we haven't been able to adequately capture all that diversity, even in terms of the languages, the various sexual and gender orientations. So all those were not really captured very well, especially experience of women from Northeast India and transgender women. I think we were not able to capture it well. So there were the time and resource constraints and language constraints were some hindering factors. Then another limitation of the study is a short time period. So we analyzed the Twitter profiles or Twitter mentions of the women in the sample only for a period of 1 week. Now, as you know, the online sphere is, in a certain period, certain topics might be trending. So we haven't got a sufficiently long period to understand the growth and evolution of the discourse. So that could be another limitation. And finally, the digital divide itself is a limitation, because in terms of income, age, education, there are a lot of women who are not on the platforms. So that also, we are not able to get the full spectrum of women experience in the online sphere. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Okay, we're gonna start with Sipati.
All right, thank you. Hope I'm audible. My question is directed to Farzana. But in a way, you already answered my question, because it's a little bit linked to CVU's one on framework. I really took notice of, like, when you started off, you said you were very hesitant to frame your research as intersectional. And I very well understand that, because here in the Global South, I am very much convinced, and I hold the conviction that we have been and will always be inherently intersectional, right? And with that, we are falling back on our own long-standing, knowledges on social processes and discourses, through social movements, our own indigenous knowledges. So what I want to know is, would you still frame your research as intersectional, or do you feel the need to, are you compelled to sort of like really engage Indian discourse on, inclusion or intersectionality? I'm asking this because I also feel like as much as we are intersectional, we must try not to feed into the global north notion of what intersectionality is, but also like contribute, bring our own global south flair of like what we can contribute to the intersectionality debate, or maybe frame it as something else completely. So yeah, I hope that question makes sense. So do you feel compelled to, include your own discourses, or are you just gonna continue with the intersectionality framework? Thank you.
Okay. Hi. So my question is also for Farzana. I think it's kind of connected to both comments or questions. I come from an anthropology background, so maybe it's just me, but yes. My question is regarding, yes, language framing, but also discourse and narrative, because I feel like we use intersectionality to contextualize, to put some flesh on the bone of what we're trying to do. So rather than recreating stigma and kind of putting stigmas on top of the other, it's rather an understanding of what's really going on in people's lives from their own words. So, for example, what stopped me a bit is the idea of that women took some time to understand truth regarding Muslim movements with no context of what this truth is. Not really, I didn't get it. We got, I think, a lot of information about why women would join the national movement in Sri Lanka, but not the case on Islamic movements. And yes, what I kind of also got so far is that Muslim is bombing, is violence, is forced kind of practices, but no information that's engaged enough with the reason they joined to start with, like what raised their curiosity to join such movement, and then they were faced by this truth. And my last question is on, in anthropology or in social sciences in general, we have a very big problem with subjectivity and objectivity, and we try to bridge it by positionality, but also by dissemination and going back to the field. So I wanted to ask if those ideas or conclusions were bounced off the women that are engaged in this study. Thank you.
Nicole.
Thanks for that great presentation by all the speakers. Lied to land on identifying them as poor because sometimes we also find challenges of having essentialism in terms of stating specific groups of women as poor. I know, especially like in my work, sometimes you put women in a certain group and they tell you, who told you I'm poor? Especially with cultural perspectives where the woman may not necessarily have access to healthcare, but she's rich in cows, and in cultural context, you're rich. And so I was just curious in terms of what frameworks you used, and maybe if you've also faced those challenges, how you've come to be able to navigate through that, and also how maybe that in a case, sometimes you can start your research, and this maybe would also go to all the speakers. Sometimes you start your research process, you've conceptualized with intersectionality from concept notes to interviews to everything. Then after you come down to collecting the data, you find, hey, these women might not necessarily resonate with what we thought was intersectionality. So then that might also sometimes result in a different outcome. So I'm curious to know your thoughts around that. And then the last one I wanted to ask was around, okay, we move, and I think this also comes from me working in policy. So now we've moved, we have the research, now we want to get results. And so then, especially around maybe what you've explored after the research in terms of advocacy, especially with religious leaders in this case, and what are some of the experiences you've had, whether it's pushback or whether it's even positive, that this research has been able to advance some steps, low-hanging fruits, maybe even in terms of your interventions around that.
Okay. Okay, there's one more question.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Collins. I work with the International Network for Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. I'm based in Nairobi, Kenya. First, I want to appreciate all the speakers. I think I was speaking to Mike yesterday and I told him one of the things I want to do today is to learn as much as I can because knowledge is liberative. Now, and thank you so much for all the perspectives. I want to try and put all of this into some certain context. I mean, I was born in the village back in Kenya, and for the best 18 years of my life, I lived in the villages before I came to the city in Nairobi. And heavily, our societies in the global south, especially in Africa, are strongly patriarchal. Okay, they are very much entrenched in power dynamics around men and women, but mostly men, you know, making the decisions and being the men that they are, very patriarchal. And a couple of years back, there was a concept of gender that came into play. And there were so many conversations, you know, a lot of things came in terms of research, in terms of concepts, gender balance, gender parity, all of those concepts. There were very huge concepts that were being discussed at a certain level. And then me being in the village, one of the problems that came is that every time the term gender came into play, many of us in the village would think about women, okay, because that is how the concept was actually introduced to us. And therefore, every time men are seated in a a room and then the conversation around gender comes in, then everyone is fuming. Why should we talk about women? Because of the patriarchal, thinking that we had. What I'm trying to say is that the concept was very good because it's about balancing the power between men and women and understanding the different issues that both men and women face across different perspectives. But how that concept was coined and introduced to us was wrong in the sense that, we used to think that, they're coming to talk about women, some people talk about gender balance and men were like, no, I mean, how? You know what I mean? So in the context of this conversation and like today, and I'm not saying anything wrong about this, I'm just saying I've seen that there is a lot of, all the conversations have really strongly, brought out the intersectionality and how it impacts women mostly, which is, for me, it's perfect. I know that women face a lot of issues in different contexts, but I also want to have an understanding that intersectionality really brings out the power dynamics, regardless of which gender you want to really belong to. So in this context, how do we want to frame this in the sense that it doesn't go back to where, in my village, where people used to want to think that intersectionality is about women, but rather, bring out intersectionality as a very interesting framework to help us address intersecting social complexities that both men and women and everybody else actually face, and then being able to go back and think about what kind of policies, okay, do we want to come up with at certain levels to then be able to address these issues holistically without necessarily construing to mean that intersectionality is about women. Thank you.
There was quite a bit. There was quite a lot of questions. We are running behind time. So I'm hoping that our speakers can be able to answer everybody, but be concise. I think the discussions are laying a good groundwork for the policy discussions we're going to have tomorrow. And I think that will be an extension of some of the questions that are rising from the room. So if they're not addressed today, there's still day 2. And there's still an afternoon session. So yeah, I don't know who wants to go first. Fazana, Marian, and Sanjida.
Sepati, we had a brief conversation here with Hannah, you and I. So in terms of me being compelled to take forward an intersectional or a category of intersectionality, which is not necessarily informed by sort of the experiences of the Global South, is not what I want. It is not what I want. I think if in some ways we can generate, maybe from this project, but from all of the other conversations that are happening globally as well, some conversation about histories of addressing such issues from the Global South, right? That can inform the perspective that is coming from a particular history, as Hannah said, from the Global North, right? I mean, I think that would be a really sort of positive conversation, right? That from which something good could come of it. Now, the question about Muslims and violence and bombs and why people join and all of that, yeah, I mean, it's kind of ironic that that's what you heard from the presentation, given that the whole point of our entire intervention was to absolutely not do that, right? So, I mean, it's just sort of kind of interesting to me that that's what the presentation sort of indicates in some sense. What else to say about that? Okay, one thing I will say is that, see, in the Sri Lankan context, as a Muslim, writing through the emergence of an anti-Muslim movement that culminated with the Easter bombings, right? It's been a journey, okay? And in that journey, what has been sort of difficult and what I have compelled myself to do is actually to talk about the fact that the Muslims bombed, right? Because the Muslims bombed, okay? But so I've been an academic that has constantly been talking against that narrative of Muslims being bombers, right? that when they actually did bomb, right? And a lot of people didn't anticipate that they would, okay? Because in the Sri Lankan context, you know, the bogey of the Muslim terrorist was so overused that it was kind of laughable from a Muslim activist perspective, right? Of course, they sort of like bring out the Muslim bomber, right? What else are they going to do, kind of thing, right? But then ultimately, at some point, there appeared the Muslim bombers, okay? So in this particular, I'm personalizing this, right, as you can see. But in the particular Sri Lankan context, there is also a conversation now about how the regime that came to power in 2020 actually orchestrated these bombings. Right? I mean, it was Muslim militants who did the bombings, but the sort of the mastermind and the sort of the organizing was, I mean, Channel 4 has actually done a documentary on this, okay? So this is sort of the context within which our intervention also happened. So the point of our intervention actually at that moment was to enable a language in Sri Lanka particularly of talking about the issue as not a Muslim-only issue. Right? That is why we want to talk about a history of violent movements, youth movements that are emerging, and that like these Muslim militants are one part of a long history of violent movements that emerged as a result of horrific state repression, right, against Muslims. So in the Indonesian context, actually, I mean, in the report, it is all about why young women join, right? It is all about why young women join, and also the sort of sort of like locating the sort of a failure of the Indonesian women's movement in some sense to be available to address the requirement that these young women felt that these other Islamist movements were fulfilling for them, right? Because every time you gave them an alternative way of looking at the world, I guess that's the truth that was being referenced in some sense, right? And the truth was not the word that I wanted to use. I don't know how it crept in, but but at the moment when an alternative was proposed, right? An alternative way of understanding, you know, their world, or an alternative way of understanding sort of the positing of, say, Christian and Muslim as oppositional or something, they immediately saw it, right? They immediately saw it. So the unavailability of narratives like that, right, was a huge problem that was identified as a main finding, right? So I mean, that was really the push, you know, to address specifically these kinds of issues. So the fact that the presentation came off in the way that you heard it is a bit troubling, but I hope you'll have some time to look at the reports. Okay. I think maybe I will, just the question about how do you identify a person as poor? So I think that's an excellent question. In this particular instance, we looked at not all of the 400 women that were targeted by the state and these nationalist projects, but a selected few who were part of this the state subsidy program, right, called the I can't remember what it's called. So it had a very catchy name. It'll come to me. I'm just tired. But so who were part of that program, and you know, this was a qualitative study. So there were very few. So there were contexts within which they were also located, right? In this particular instance, there was a woman who had a disabled child as well, right? And she was having samurdhi. She was having this samurdhi payment was really not enough for her, and that was all part of the sort of the narrative that we constructed about her. So it wasn't sort of an isolated incident of us sort of naming someone as poor without her actually contributing to a narrative of how she was and who she was, right? So her narrative was also one of exclusion, one of being pushed away, one of not being taken care of by a state who's committed to taking care of her. So yeah, that's all. I'll stop now, I think.
Okay. We are running late for our lunch break. So I'll ask everybody to kind of park questions for now, and then maybe those are the lunchtime discussions you want to have while you're getting to know everybody. Lunch can be dished up in the room next to us, right where there was tea, and you can proceed to the garden. It's been laid out nicely for you guys to enjoy the beautiful SCIS garden. I just also wanted to say, because we are running a little bit late, can we make lunch 45 minutes instead of an hour? Because we have some online presenters who time difference is really getting to them. Okay, so can we please return at 2:45? Thank you. Okay. Looking at the time, I'm not sure with the people outside, but I mean, I'm just thinking because Shunjana and Kachan, it's a bit late for them. So I think we'll just go ahead, and then as people settle down, they'll find us on the way. So afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed your lunch and you've gotten time to interact and meet new people. My name is Avela Njwambe, and I'm an associate researcher for SCIS. So I'm just going to introduce the next segment. So we are still continuing with the case study presentations. And then now we have our colleagues online who will be presenting. So we have Kachan Loma, who will be presenting with her colleague Shrinjana Baral. Just to provide a brief introduction on the people who will be presenting. So Shrinjana Baral, or Dr. Shrinjana Baral, is a researcher and practitioner of gender equality, social inclusion and governance in forestry, climate change and natural resource management. She has over 1.5 decades of experience in research and in the developmental sector in Nepal and beyond. She's managed the IDRC funded economic empowerment of women through Forest Solutions project, and during her tenure with the Forest Action Nepal. Currently, Shrinjana is the program lead in the Gender Equality and Social Inclusion at RESOFTC in Thailand. On the other hand, Kachan Loma has background in political science from Assam, India. She has more than 29 years of experience as a policy analyst and gender equality and social inclusion, so GESIS specialist in NGOs, bilateral and multilateral UN organizations in Nepal, and in Central Asia Pacific region. So her key expertise lies in qualitative research, training, and impact evaluation for transformative change processes. So they will be presenting their research. Their presentation is titled Intersectional Research for Women's Economic Empowerment Through Forest Solutions in Nepal. So I am going to hand over to Shrinjana because I think she's the one who's going to be giving the presentation. So Shrinjana, you have 30 minutes to present. And then afterwards, we'll take the next presentation, and then we can open up for questions and answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Avela. Can you see my screen? Can you hear me? Can you see and hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I am presenting on behalf of me and my colleague Kanchan Lama. We both were part of the research at Forest Action. So the presentation that I am going to do today is on the intersectional research on women's economic empowerment through forest solutions in Nepal. We would like to share the methodological experiences of adopting intersectional approach in our study and in our action research project. So before we move, I cannot move the slide. Okay, before we move, I would like to give a brief introduction to the context in Nepal. So Nepal has approximately 45% of its land area covered by forest, and which offers ample opportunities for forest-based businesses and also for allowing low carbon economies to grow. While most of the people rely on the rural livelihoods, and they have been challenged by the negative impacts of climate change, the disasters, and COVID at that time when we were implementing the project. And when we see these impacts, we see that there is differential impact of these consequences on women and men differently, and it is more exacerbated to the women's vulnerability. But in forestry context, women are considered as the conservators. They play an important role in conserving the forest resources. They play a pivotal role in conservations. And Nepal is considered a role model for implementing the community forestry program, a participatory forestry mechanism globally. So women have contributed a lot to forest conservation. However, despite of their efforts in conserving the forest, they are often excluded and marginalized in exercising their rights and benefiting from the forest resources. So this exclusions and exclusion from the benefits, exclusion from the rights is disproportionately affected amongst the women belonging to different indigenous groups, Dalit communities. Dalit is not a legal term in Nepal. It is considered illegal to consider someone as untouchables, but the word Dalit itself considers people with untouchability. So there is this category of social class in Nepal and in the South Asia region that people are also considered untouchable, but it's illegal to consider someone as untouchable. So these people who are land poor, landless, who belongs to the Dalit community, the indigenous ethnic groups, the women who are single or widowed are disproportionately affected by their access and control over the forest resources. That's why women in Nepal are, like, despite of having several affirmative policies, statements, the constitution, and several forest-based policies and agriculture policies becoming very much affirmative towards women, women have suffered a lot from patriarchal and discriminatory socio-cultural norms and institutional structures. So the women's ownership over productive resources, financial resources, and land resources particularly are minimal, not only in countries like ours in the global south, but gender-based discriminations are highly prominent globally, so we cannot be away from it. That kind of multidimensional discrimination that exists in Nepal is more amplified when gender is intersected by caste, ethnicity, age, education background, geography, and Nepal being having a very diverse geographic conditions. The altitudinal variation ranging from 61 meters to the Mount Everest 8848 meters high. There is very high geographic variations, and a lot of area is covered by the mountains. So it also contributes to amplify the discrimination that women face in the country. So because forest and people's attachment is slowly becoming poorer, people are detaching away from the forest resources. So are the women's. People are these days more prioritizing the economic benefits from the forest, while the rural women's daily livelihoods depend on the forest. So there is conflicting in the people how they see the forest. So forest has a different definition to the women belonging to the rural communities, while to the women belonging to other people in the urban settings, it's something to be considered as aesthetics. So there is a discrimination on how forest is also defined. And because of these multi-dimensional discriminations that women face because of the intersecting socio-cultural factors, there are also barriers to women's economic empowerment and resilience as well. So today we bring the cases and experiences that we gathered by implementing 30 months action research project entitled Economic Empowerment of Women Through Forest Solutions. The project, as you all might know, is an IDRC funded action research project which aimed to generate evidence-based knowledge for women's economic empowerment through devising different devising and designing different models of low carbon solutions and also forest-based entrepreneurial solutions to enhance women's resilience against climate change and COVID-19 at that time. So we intended to identify the constraints and opportunities for women and women's economic empowerment. We try to develop some innovative approaches and strategies to increase and sustain women's income and economic resources, in particular women's agency, and also develop and pilot several inclusive models of forest-based businesses that are focusing on low carbon solutions. So in this context, in Nepal, intersectionality is not only a multiple axis of social differentiation based on gender and age and ethnicity and caste. It goes beyond the racial discriminations to the broader perspective of multidimensional marginalization and oppressions within the society. So we had to take the intersectionality approach because we wanted to know and understand the within society dimensions of unequal power relations. So the research at its design phase adopted 3 different approaches, intersectional approach being the measure one, the participatory action research and learning being the second one, and women's economic rights was the third approach that we adopted. So in adopting intersectionality approach was also quite a challenge because the concept itself was not widely understood by everyone, by the team members and the stakeholders as well. It was difficult for us to explain why we were targeting intersectionality as an approach in our action research project to the stakeholders as well. So we also adopted and participatory action research and learning, and where we wanted to share the power sharing between the project staff and target communities was quite balanced. We adopted conscious strategies of mitigating unequal power relations through critical reflexivity and consciousness in the project design and planning and implementation. So whatever we did was done in a very participatory manner. No activities where the activities had the flexibility to adapt and integrate the women's voices and the decisions in the project. So for this study, we wanted to, when we were understanding the intersectionality, we also thought of it integrates not only with the intersectionality, but there is an intertwined relations between feminist political ecology and intersectionality in our case. So because feminist political ecology explains how and why inequality or unequal power relations exist, and they perpetuate or they sustain over time, and how women's access to and control over the resources are shaped because of these unequal power relations, and which are contested through the cultural and social norms. So we integrated the feminist political ecology and intersectionality concepts and theories in our study, because we wanted to understand how gender intersects with social categories and structural power dynamics to create differential access to and control over the natural resources and forest in our case. And for intersectional researchers, they consider how race, gender, class, sexuality, nationality, and other socially constructed dimensions of differences are always interacting to create the differences in the power relations. So that's why we wanted to integrate, and as per Kabir, feminist political ecology treats gender as a critical variable, and it shapes women's access to and control over the resources and emphasizes the dynamics are contested through cultural and societal norms. So for this study, we integrated those 2 concepts, and then we realized that every person has multiple intersecting identities. So one identity might be a prestige for someone, being a woman can be a prestige for someone, but while it can be also quite marginalizing, triggering marginalization to someone else. So regarding the methodological tenets, we did not consider these methodological tenets as operations, relationality, context, and complexity in isolation, but considered them in relation to each other, so allowing us to explore and discuss the unequal power relations, because recognition of oppression and power are central to understanding marginalization, to understand what are the factors that leads to dominations of someone, or marginalization or exclusion of someone from the decision making or the resource access process is the most important thing for us. So we considered these parameters or these tenets in relations to one another. For example, in our case, we not only consider the caste, ethnicity, age, marital age, and those kind of things, we also consider marital status, landholding, well-being status, and geography conditions as one of the major roles that played relational dominance and oppressions to the women entrepreneurs who were participating in the entrepreneurial journey. For example, the study was carried out in 2 different sites, one in the lowlands, which has a relative urbanization, and the other one was in a very hilly terrain, and the area was very fragile in terms of its geography and quite far away from the urban setting. So the remoteness of one site and the urbanized site in the other case, in the lowlands, were 2 different cases which we identified in our study to understand the intersectionality context, because the women that we considered for these cases belong to the same ethnic groups, were belonging to the similar age groups, but there were differences in access to the market, access to the resources, having the land ownership, and we wanted to see how these intersecting factors affected women's empowerment journey and women's entrepreneurship journey as well. So we consider, like, despite of being similar backgrounds, the women who had migrated or who had easy access to the market despite of not having the land ownership were more empowered, had more confidence to put their opinions, and had better economic opportunities than the women who had land holdings but were far away from the market access. So to identify the different intersecting factors, we had adapted different methods. Participatory mapping being one of them. Participatory mapping was one of the most important methods that we adopted in this study. So in participatory mapping exercise, we wanted to know how people were dealing with the power and how they were addressing the substantial issues. We wanted to see how they visualize their access and control over the resources. So the group of people, group of young girls, group of middle-aged women and elderly women were requested to draw the picture of their community forest, and we wanted to see how they understand their community forest. And it seemed to, like, we found that women who were quite young, who were single or who were young and widowed, hesitated to reach to the core of the forest areas, where the elderly women had that opportunity to know the forest much better. They had greater confidence in going to the core areas in the forest. The young women, they hesitated to go inside the forest. They were only going to the peripheral areas of the forest because they were not only scared of the wild animals, but they were also scared of the men whom they could encounter, especially the encroachers there. So this exercise was found to be, the participatory mapping exercise was found to be very effective. Apart from participatory mapping exercise, we also carried out storytelling accompanied by oral histories. So storytelling is, again, a very important and very impressive method, I would say, because the storytelling methodology helped us, not only us to understand the local women's issues and the problems that they were facing, but also, like, it brought us closer to the to the women entrepreneurs, and they could also establish a relationship of trust amongst us, between us and themselves. So it was like at the beginning, they were not very friendly. They did not want to share their stories of exclusion, their stories of struggles, of resource access. But when we started sharing our stories, there is a kind of cultural thing in Nepal that like people tends to be very friendly if we start talking about their children or their well-being status. So we started that way. We started talking about our children and their children, and they started sharing the stories of exclusions. For example, we encountered a woman who was differently able. She had some issues with her leg, so she was not able to move properly. And when there was resource allocation for plantation activity, she could not travel to the place where the distribution was taking place, and she was denied of the resources. So if we had not adopted the intersectionality approach, maybe she would always be excluded from the resource access process. So taking intersectionality approach is equally important in every ways. Apart from storytelling and participatory mapping, we also conducted focus group discussions between single and widow women, ethnic landless communities, ethnic communities with landholding, but geographically distant populations. So these different categories of different groups of people and different interactions allowed us to understand the different dimensions of unequal power relations that they had. The single and widow women who were quite young struggled the most in resource access compared to the other groups of people, and the ethnic landless communities, because of their access, their proximity to the market, proximity to the resources, had better livelihood options than the ethnic communities who had landholdings but quite far away, living quite remotely in the area. So apart from this, we also had our observations. We were part of the Action Research Project for 30 months. So our observations and our relations with the women entrepreneurs was also equally important. We participated in several formal and informal gatherings, meetings, and discussions, which allowed us to know and better understand the situation there. However, reflexivity was equally important. We need to understand our ethics and our responsibility as a researchers and our positionality as a researchers, and we have to keep that distance with them as well. So what we learned, so what was the intersectional praxis for policy and social change? So with this 30 months project, we realized that recognition of adopting an intersectional approach is very important. So without recognition of women, the knowledge that women have, the change is very difficult. So to make people understand that women are equal stakeholders, not only at household level, at the community and at the national level, we had to capacitate the families. We conducted several couple training programs, which were very effective in making the men realize that women and men make the family complete and they are in no way unequal. So capacitating the men members in the family along with the women members was an important task that allowed us to enable the recognition of women as equal partners. And we also adopted gender responsive and intersectional methodology from the very beginning, from not only from designing and implementation, but also while identifying the consortium partners as well. So if we had not adopted intersectionality approach, the partners would have been different. The target women entrepreneurs would have been different. So because we adopted intersectionality approach, most of our beneficiaries belong to the Dalit or the ethnic groups. So they were belonging to the lowest hierarchies in the economic arena as well. So it was quite difficult to identify them, but we were eventually successful at doing it. And not only identifying them and capacitating them, we also provided funds and opportunities for economic activities. So for this, we allowed the women groups, the women with intersecting factors of facing intersecting factors of marginalization, to recognize the economic activity or the enterprise that they would want to consider for future. So they were given 5 days of training where they were supported to identify a particular business that they would want to carry out for rest of their life, I wouldn't say, but for a couple of years from now. So they were not forced to carry out any kind of enterprises, but they were given the opportunity to identify their own choices. And not only identifying the enterprises, the project also supported them with the resources in terms of funds, in terms of technologies, and technologies were obviously low carbon technologies that were quite women friendly. So those were the activities we conducted. And when we were establishing these forest-based enterprises, we also had encountered a couple of policy issues. For example, the community forest management plan, that is the basis for women to rely their resources on, where the women's opinions or their demands were not incorporated. For example, the women were preparing the biodegradable leaf plate. It's made from the Soria robusta leaves, and it's a biodegradable plate and balls that can be prepared. And when women entrepreneurs were trying to get these leaves out of the forest, it was not incorporated in the management plan. So there were restrictions. So what we facilitated in doing was that we facilitated the women groups to conduct the leaf inventory and then incorporate the inventory results in the management plan, and which were finally endorsed by the division forest officer, and which became the legal document for allowing their access to the resources. So not only their access to the resources, some women group, when they wanted to establish or register their enterprises, they also faced issues in the registration process, because not all the women had the citizenships. That was the prime document that they would require when they wanted to register the enterprise. It is because these women that we had targeted in our project were from the very marginalized communities. They were not aware much on the requirements for the citizenship and so on. So for this, to address this kind of several other issues, we conducted policy dialogues at the local level, where we invited the government stakeholders, the financial institutions, the local government, the divisional forest officials, and requested the women entrepreneurs to share their stories amongst the policymakers. So these policies would be addressed. So the policy dialogues were organized not only at the local level, but also at the national level, so that the policymakers would reflect on the policy revision processes. So other thing that we did was enhancing intersectional accountability. So how did we do it? It was with the choices that we had, the choice to identify the consortium partners, the choice to work with the local community forest user groups, and the coordination with the local government and local level stakeholders, because we were working with the grassroots women's. So we identified the consortium partners. As you can see, the project was jointly implemented by the Consortium of Forest Action, Himawanti, grassroots women forest user groups organization. FENFIT is the organization of the business entrepreneurs, the forest-based business entrepreneurs, and F1 is the association of private forest owners. So these consortium partners were not only capacitating themselves, generating the evidences through the research activities, but were also the end users of the knowledge that was generated, because they are all the grassroots organizations very strong in advocacy and capacity building of the community forest user groups. And when we were talking about the forest resources, we had to choose the community forest user groups. we not only have the community forest user groups, there are different participatory forest management modalities in Nepal, in addition to the private forest modalities. So we intended to work with the grassroots women groups. So we selected the CFUGs so that it could be institutionalized through the community forest management plans in the country. And apart from that, we also developed the women leadership circle at the local government level, in the local governments that we were working, so that they would be supporting the policy formulation process at the local government levels that would empower the women and integrate all the gender dimensions in the policy formulation process. So the challenge is, yes, definitely adopting intersectionality approach was a challenge in several ways. There were a lot of interference by the political parties, because when we wanted to reach to the women group who had these intersecting forms of discriminations, who had different factors that were, the multidimensional factors that led to their marginalization, the political leaders would want the people of their favorism to be the target groups for the project, because they would see that these individuals would be benefiting not only in terms of capacity building, but also through the economic empowerment journey itself. So there were a lot of interference, but despite of this interference, we believe that we could reach to our target communities. So there were different cases where people were not allowed to, like the women groups were not informed, or not, they were deprived of different things by the political parties, but eventually we could reach to the target groups with several discussions at different levels with different stakeholders at the local level. And there were also cases where we saw the double standards of elite women, though the women were in the executive committee of the community forest user groups. When it comes to the poor and marginalized and the Dalit and ethnic women, the elite women would not prefer the activities or the benefits to go to this group of people. They would rather want to grab it to themselves. And we had to do a lot of exercises to communicate with these elite women and convince them to reach to the women who were most marginalized. And there were also issues in understanding the forms of operations, because issues related to women were mostly considered as women's issues only. So the women's issues analysis was quite difficult, very complex, very contextual, and also like different in different places. So it was quite difficult to understand. And apart from that, positionality and reflexivity, I think we already defined it in the case of our project. Our positionality as researchers was further defined by our location, and like people would sometimes consider us as the women belonging to their categories, or women who would understand their things and their opinions, but at the same time they would also consider us as the donors or people coming from the donor funded projects. So there were also like expectations on that side. So to conclude, we consciously we adopted purposive methodologies because we wanted to adopt intersectionality in our action research projects. So we consciously applied different methodological tenets of intersectionality, including operation, context, complexity, and relationality in relation to each other, that allowed us to explore and discuss the unequal power relations that exist in the society. And among the different methods we adopted, we found storytelling methodology to be particularly well suited for understanding the women's issues, especially in the context like ours, where we have a very diverse, not only geography, but also diversity in terms of caste, ethnicity, and so on. So, for example, in Nepal, in a very small geographic area, more than 125 languages are spoken. that you could see the diversity of socioeconomic diversity that exists there. So intersectionality approach has proven to be effective in uncovering the nuanced realities of women's evolving roles, which are influenced by different socioeconomic and political forces, as well as interpersonal relations within the households and the decision-making process. Thus, we recommend the need for these studies to develop gender-responsive intersectionality framework for women's economic empowerment. Well, thank you so much.
Sure, thank you so much, Srinjana. You just kept the time so well. We'll move on to our next speakers. So if you have any comments or questions, just jot them down, and then after the next speakers, we'll open for questions and answers. So, I mean, these two don't need introduction because I've heard that they are residents at SCIS. But I will introduce anyways. Our next speaker is going to be Mike Rogan, or rather Dr. Mike Rogan, Prof. Mike, apologies. Apologies, Prof. Mike Rogan. His presentation with Siviwe. Oh, okay. The title of his presentation is Interrogating Intersectionality, Considerations on Critical Inquiry and Praxis for WIGO's Actionable Research. Just to give a bit of background, just to give a bit of background, so Prof is a professor in economics and economic history and a member of the Neil Agate Labor Studies Unit, so NALSU, at Rhodes University, my alma mater. So since 2011, he's been a research associate in the Global Research Policy Action Network, Women in Informal Employment, Globalizing and Organizing. So that's WIGO. So he holds a PhD and a master's degree from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and a Bachelor of Arts in International Studies from the University of Washington in Seattle. So Mike's research is focused largely on the informal economy or informal employment, gender poverty, food security, education, and skills development. So I'll give it over to you, Mike. So you have 30 minutes. I will be signaling to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got some slides. I don't know if anyone could. Yeah, there we go. Well, I'd like to promise that I'll keep this short, but historically that's not been a strength of mine, or any of us really. Yeah, so thanks everyone. And it saved me on some of the introduction. I work with WIGO and have done for almost 15 years. Yeah, I've got the clicker thing here, thanks. And as you heard in the introduction, technically we're a registered non-profit in the UK, but we're really a virtual global advocacy research policy network. The founders of WIGO, many of whom still work with the organization, preferred to call it a movement rather than a network. So it has an interesting type of structure, which I think makes this an interesting case study, and also speaks to one of the questions we had earlier today. How do you involve participants in the research? Well, this is a movement, so it makes it a little bit easier than a typical case, but we also have some of the same challenges. We're going to be reflecting on a specific case study, and this was a research project that we undertook during the COVID-19 pandemic. This was probably a good choice for a number of reasons. It was generously supported by the IDRC at the time. It was the most recent WIGO research project at the time of this intersectionality project. And I think it's a really good example of the way WIGO approaches research as a network or a movement or a collection of researchers and worker organizations. And this was really, just thinking about that earlier sort of comment about whether this is causes discomfort to try and think of how you relate to intersectionality. We found this to be a really good exercise. So within WIGO, we had some people who said, WIGO's always been intersectional from the beginning, and other people sort of saying, well, there are aspects of intersectionality that sort of line up with the way we think about things. So this was a nice sort of opportunity to kind of think about how our work relates to intersectionality. And I personally really enjoyed reading the reports, which I think is excellent. And I'm allowed to say that because the first two authors there, Ana Carolina, who's perhaps joining us from Brazil, and Sibiwe Mhlana, really did most of the work on this. So I was really impressed with what they put together. But I get to speak about it today, so that's me. I was also quite involved with the COVID-19 study, so from a case study point of view, I'm happy to kind of speak a little bit more detail as we go. So this triangle here is, for many years, what WIGO was well known for. This was published in the 2005 Progress of the World's Women report, and this, I think, is really just a sort of fundamental sort of symbol of how people in WIGO, both our partners, worker organizations, and the research group in WIGO think about segmentation in the informal economy, and it starts to get to how we probably think about power structures and intersectionality. We call this the pyramid of segmentation. There are a couple of papers we've done where we test this empirically as well. I'm an economist, by the way, so I'm the numbers guy. Hannah, you mentioned earlier there's power in numbers, right? But it also strips out nuance when you use numbers, so that's kind of how some of this fits in. So at the top of the pyramid are the categories of work arrangement in which earnings are higher and livelihoods are more stable. So you've got employers in the informal economy who are essentially the owners of small informal businesses. Then it goes down to employees. Then it goes down to own account workers or the self-employed who just work on their own. Think about street vendors and waste collectors. Then you have casual, more precarious informal employees. Then you have a category called industrial outworkers. And back at this point, it was still pretty early days in the ICLS, ILO processes. So we now tend to refer to these as home-based workers. And then at the bottom, you have contributing family workers. So as you move down the pyramid, vulnerabilities increase, earnings are lower, and the proportion of women in each of those categories is higher. So men are concentrated at the top, and women are concentrated at the bottom. So what this sort of has always suggested to us is that there are probably two sources of gendered inequality. The first is in the type of work in which you're found, you're located, according to the pyramid. And then there are less visible types of gendered inequality within each type of employment. And that's where I think the nuance and complexity comes through as well. So I think something that we would all agree with at WIGO, irrespective of where we stand on intersectionality, would be that what causes the structure of this pyramid to be gendered, both hierarchically and within each of those categories, is the way that weak structural power, and in the reports, Anna and Sibiwe go into each type of power. Some of the other presentations cover that as well. The way these structural power imbalances intersect with systemic gendered inequalities and social norms, which often end up making women more vulnerable to the conditions of work in the informal economy. And we also mentioned earlier, this isn't all about women. People are often surprised in WIGO that we often work with organizations of men in the informal economy as well. But WIGO was really founded as part of the movement that we think of as being led by the Self-Employed Women's Association in India, which some of the older members of WIGO called the Mothership. And that organization largely organizes women in home-based employment. So that's where a lot of this focus on women in particular comes from, is the origins of the movement and the alliances we have. I should also say at this point, just to make it easier a bit later, in addition to those segmentations in the informal economy, we tend to work with what we call 4 sector groups, which are domestic workers, waste pickers, street vendors, and home-based workers. So when I get to the sector part of the analysis later, we tend to work with those groups, and they tend to organize themselves along those lines as well. So if you think about that pyramid, I think it would, and again using the example of India, where WIGO really started, following on from SEWA, we would think quite easily along the lines of 3 different types of oppression or vulnerability or inequality sort of mapping onto each other. And if we think about, again, the context where the caste system is so dominant, you would have caste oppression, which intersects quite a lot with disadvantages faced by people who were laborers, and you could fit that into several of the categories from the pyramid as well, and then mapped onto that gender depression. So the way that those 3 levels of oppression sort of interact with each other, I think would be pretty compatible with WIGO's hierarchy of segmentation in the informal economy. So why is the COVID-19 study a good example of how WIGO does research? So we're an increasingly large network of researchers, so we do lots of different types of research, but I think this is a good example of how we've always thought we're at our best when we do research. So our understanding is that knowledge is generated with and for informal workers, and one of the things we like to do is put numbers in the hands of workers. If numbers are power, statistics are power, we try and put those in the hands of workers. And that's instead of being a research process on a marginalized group. So we tend to, and I'll give examples, co-produce with organizations of workers. Interestingly, we also have something that has become a mantra at WIGO, local to global, and then global to local. So we still try to publish in those big fancy journals, because it's nice, everyone likes doing that. But how do you take what you learn locally and extend that globally? And how do you take what's going on globally and bring that back locally so that it can be leveraged by partners and allies? So that's what we try to do. Some people at WIGO are excellent at this. Everything they do feeds back into the grassroots, and they publish in the best journals, right? Those are those colleagues that have it all. But that's the model. That's the way we think about research. When we started thinking about intersectionality and had some conversations with the IDRC, we also thought, well, how does that potentially fit into practice? Because we also have a component of our work where we support workers to organize themselves. So how do we think about intersectionality being useful there? Well, it could be, we could say that in some of the work we do, it's a tool for fostering inclusion of those at the margin. We think it's probably a useful approach for movements and alliances of workers themselves to use to assess whether the work adequately reflects the diversity of experiences on the ground. And it potentially offers sort of pathways or ideas for bridging multiple and intersecting struggles. But there's probably another side to that too, which I'll say more about when we reflect on our lessons. So that would kind of cover the research and practice approach that the WIGO has that probably aligns with intersectionality. So with this particular case study of the COVID-19 study, kind of one of the questions we had in the back of our mind was whether or how intersectionality brings nuance and complexity to our understanding and framing of how class and gender shape segmentation in the informal economy. So what would it add to that pyramid that we've started with as sort of one of our founding ideas of segmentation in the informal economy? So the COVID-19 study was conducted across 11 cities, which we realized then and acknowledge now was a lot to do at the height of a pandemic. But one of the reasons it's probably an interesting case study is because what we were trying to do is understand how pre-existing inequalities and all their complexities and forms were worsening the effects or determining the pathways of the negative impacts of the pandemic. So we needed to understand how vulnerabilities and inequalities were being widened at that particular point, and then identify pathways to addressing some of those challenges. So we knew from the very beginning, we did a scoping study, that a lot of the pre-existing inequalities and vulnerabilities were likely to be related to the characteristics of workers themselves. And I'll show you a map where these 11 cities were to show that we were completely overambitious when we decided we were going to tackle complexity. But things like status, employment, sector, place of work, those things from the pyramid, as well as gender, migrant status, caste, class, in a lot of the contexts tended to be factors that really sort of interacted with other vulnerabilities, as well as practical things. Structural conditions such as poverty, poor service delivery, low quality housing, limited infrastructure, and then of course violence and discrimination in many places. So we set out to understand what we needed to know about these differentiated pathways of impact of the pandemic and the way it operated both intrasector and intersector, so between different groups of workers and then within workers who on the surface had similar characteristics. So this is what we actually did. I won't go into the details, but the map here reflects where the 11 cities were, so you can appreciate immediately that the contexts were extremely different in almost any way you can think of. It was a mixed method longitudinal study. It was mostly quantitative with some qualitative follow-up, and it was longitudinal just in the sense that we did 2 rounds and we did the research with the same workers about a year apart. So the link is there if you want to download the report. But I think the important thing here to say rather is that the main output of this was not the report that we gave to the IDRC and published in journals. Every city consisted of a partnership with a membership-based organization of informal workers, and they were research partners. They conducted the research with us, and then we designed 11 different outputs twice, one for each year. And those outputs were designed and disseminated by the worker organizations themselves. The main output was getting information in the hands of workers in the form that they needed in order to advocate for their rights or their needs with their government during the pandemic. So that was kind of the model. In some cities it worked really well. In fact, in one city, a group of waste pickers with an activist published a journal article, and in other cities we supported more than we did, than we expected, right? Just kind of depended on what was needed at the time. So Anna and Siviwe have sort of put a matrix together. Siviwe is shaking her head, but so maybe it was Anna. Is that what you're? Anna's online, so if she's shaking her head, we can't see it, and that's a bit of a puzzle because then no one knows who did it. But they put a table together with these, and I saw the other presentations use similar terminology and refer to these as tenets of intersectionality. So in the matrix in the report, whoever put it together kind of gave examples of how each of these tenets of intersectionality kind of align quite closely with the way we analyze the data from these, or use the data from these 11 cities. So if you start with oppression, and it's called, what's the matrix of domination? Is that the word from the literature? Yeah. We analyzed across these 11 cities, and sometimes within the cities, depending on which were the characteristics of vulnerability, by things such as class. Sometimes it was just being informal versus formal, which made the biggest difference when the crisis hit in that particular context. Status and employment, that goes back to that pyramid of risk. Having an employer or being self-employed or being an independent contractor made a big difference to whether you could continue working during the period. In India and several Latin American contexts, being non-national, being a migrant was one of the biggest risk factors, and of course intersecting with gender and caste. So we were faced with these sort of different ways of understanding vulnerabilities. Complexity probably doesn't require too much more explanation based on what we were trying to do, but essentially trying to analyze the multiple forms of vulnerability across different structures. Context was extremely important, both in terms of how informality is positioned in each of those countries, and then those of you who are familiar with some of the literature know that we think about informality really differently in Latin America versus Africa versus Asia, right? And so trying to understand how the context fed into the policy environment during the pandemic was really important. And then, of course, it was a challenge because if you remember that dark time, policies in each country were changing almost on a daily or weekly basis. So trying to understand how the policy shifts that were occurring so rapidly affected different groups of workers. And it was really surprising how the vulnerabilities switched quite quickly with the policies, that the things that were shut down in our economy impacted differently on different groups. And of course, we had to come up with something to say about all 11 cities, which was a huge challenge, right? Now, how do you zoom away from the complexity? So we tried to frame it again in this intrasector and intersectoral approach. So we tried to say, between the sectors, this is how groups such as waste pickers were impacted in many places versus street vendors or home-based workers or domestic workers. And then we said, within each of those categories of workers, let's compare what intrasector vulnerabilities impacted how policy and the pandemic impacted livelihoods. So the report was, not surprisingly, much longer than we intended it to be, trying to get at all of this, but this was the way we were thinking about it. And then relational, in terms of how the analysis of common and differentiated policy demands by sector could be used to build worker solidarity. And I think the report also gives a few nice examples of how these different advocacy efforts resulted in policy change in some contexts. So what do we sort of think about when we reflect on where we've come from this? So Hannah mentioned some of the challenges earlier in the day about how there is a danger that focusing on intersectionality can highlight differences between groups when, of course, we're often trying to promote solidarity. So I don't think we put it quite that way in the report, but I think what we were saying was it was difficult to find a contextually relevant and comprehensive way to identify and ask in our research tools about different intersecting identities. Many research tools are quite blunt, so the second bullet point would just sort of say, I think most people would agree that quantitative approaches are not ideal for this, right? We're quantifying, we're not getting rich or nuanced data. But how do you get at this even with qualitative tools, right? It's difficult, and there aren't a lot of, I think, great examples of how to get at this type of information in a way that's contextually relevant and sensitive. And I don't think Anna or Suvi, whoever wrote this part, were saying that this was a massive problem, but just highlighting it as kind of a methodological challenge. Right? And then what about more broadly for using research in an intersectional way for movement building, which is WIGO's reason for being, essentially. So there are 3 examples from the report. Using this research for policy action, and the context of COVID-19 was quite important for that because not many people had data because we were all locked in our homes, if you remember. So the workers and the alliances we worked with had data, and they often used that to build other connections with other movements and to achieve policy outcomes. So there are at least 3 tangible ways in which the research was used to achieve a policy victory. This period, as I mentioned, was all about co-production. Not only was it kind of the way WIGO preferred to work, but during the pandemic, we needed the workers to work with the research because they knew their context. They knew how the knowledge should be used and which, in some cases, knowledge they needed. So this was a really interesting example of co-producing under very trying circumstances to achieve certain outcomes with target policy audiences. And then a number of, kind of in the follow-up and the evaluation of the project, a number of researchers at the local level and worker organizations mentioned the way that research opened up new relationships through the process of advocacy, disseminating the research, and also making connections between other groups of workers through the wider research project. So what would we say? How does WIGO's research or way of thinking about research and how we use it in our broader mission, how does it align with intersectionality? And I think that's the word we used, align. Not saying we are or aren't intersectional in our approach, but where are the complementarities? WIGO's overall mission, and in particular the way we think about our research, is in pursuit of a fair and equitable society, which I think probably reflects all of the presentations that we have here as well. The focus is first and foremost on actionable research centered on the experiences of workers in the informal economy. So it's the experiences of the workers that need to come through. WIGO has a theory of change that is based on something we call the 3 V's, voice, visibility, and validity for informal workers. And I think if we're true to our mission and sort of incorporate that in what we do with research and advocacy and movement building, it's fairly closely aligned with the values of intersectionality, in particular in terms of trust building and attention to context. Right? That's how we work in WIGO. And then finally, some of the challenges to thinking about intersectionality are, we also flagged, along with several of the other case studies, that thing I mentioned earlier. If we're focusing on building solidarity, how do we focus on our differences and the different ways we experience things without distracting from the overall thing? And we're just putting it as a challenge, not as an obstacle necessarily. We definitely spoke throughout the project, and in particular in the reflection phase, about the need for more nuanced research tools to get at some of the vulnerabilities and the intersections that we're interested in. And no one has the answer to that, but probably it's something on everyone's map as well. And then we really concluded with kind of this thing that several other groups have mentioned, as well as coming back to the beginning, who contributes to understanding intersectionality. There's the north-south thing that we spoke about earlier. And as it does become quite a popular thing and a concept, just to pay attention to who's using it and leveraging it, and which direction is it going, and is that a good thing or a bad thing? So something to keep a close eye on, but I think that echoes what a lot of people here have said as well. So that's our story. Are we going to retire to the lovely living room now, or yeah, good, yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. I think you had like 5 minutes left, but you actually kept your time. So thank you so much, Prof. So I was going to make a suggestion, right? Because we are like basically running out of time, and we are now supposed to open up for like 15 minutes of like questions and answers. So like after this, so it was question and answers, then we would have opened up for like, had a break for like a tea. So I was going to suggest to rather have the question and answers and then just sit through to the closing remarks, and then after you can have the tea. Because we've just had a late lunch. Is that fine? Yes. Okay, all right. So I am going to open up questions and anyone that has any questions. So we have 2 presenters. So Srinjana online and Prof. Mike Rogan. So is there anyone in the room that has questions? So I'll take 3 questions and then give it to the presenters, and then I'll go for another round. So I saw that Matt has his hand up, and then I've also noted, and I've noted. So I'll give it over to you.
Thank you, Prof. Mike and Dr. Barrel. I have 2 questions that are more of methodological questions. The first one goes to Dr. Barrel. I am interested to know whether in the conduct of the focus group discussion, you conducted women-only focus group discussion and men only? Or did you put them together? Because looking at the pictures, it appears to me that they were separated. So probably, putting them together could also give you different information that you might not get if you separate them by gender. And secondly, I saw Senegal, Dakar. I'm interested to know, how did you, given the different country context, how did you adopt the questionnaires or the data collection tools that were used? Thank you.
Thank you. So, Dr. Jamila, that side.
Thank you. My question is to Mike Rogan, and I just noted when you were presenting where you said that using the qualitative data, oh no, that's me. Okay, so you said qualitative approaches almost by definition do not account for particular nuances. And it just seems like we can't run away from this question of qual versus quant. Should we be sort of validating our qualitative data or research with some quant analysis? And for me, I don't know, this is just an idea. For me, I like quantitative data because it always gives us a summary, tells us the stats, you get the big picture. And then the qualitative data will help you to understand questions around why certain things are happening. So you can observe these trends over time or whatever. But from quantitative data, you do not always know the reasons why. And I was wondering if maybe that is a way of looking at this, where we dive into the particular context to understand the questions around why certain things are happening, perceptions and so on, which quantitative data cannot give us solutions to.
Then I'll take your question, and then okay. All right.
I don't think it's a question, I think it's a comment. I just have a reflection that doing economic related things fits so well with intersectionality, and that for some reason there's the sense that yes, quantitative might miss nuanced understanding, but I feel like in the global south in general we have a very big question mark on data and numbers. In Egypt, for example, we don't have numbers. You don't know how many women, how many men, what kind of disease, what kind of income. It's all a blur. So I think Dr. Jamila, said a merge of both is always great, but what do we do in places where numbers are blurred or are just not there?
Do you want to take? Okay, so let me just...
And also to say that Mike is downplaying his contributions to this paper. But yeah, related to Sahela's question, and to me it's not so much about where the data is not available, but what to do with the existing data that kind of lacks the complexity that intersectionality is intended to bring out. And we do a lot of work on kind of labor economics, and the limitations of QLFS, for instance, or even any household-related data, and to also speak to the comment from Collins as well around how we define, what we understand as being gender, right? And also, as we're trying to approach these questions of, how people identify, and also kind of, the nuances of experiences that we can pull from that. What do we do with the existing data that has these limitations, or how do we actually build onto that in a way that, might be more useful for addressing the issues in these contexts?
So, Prof, I think all the questions are directed to you. So let me just maybe give him time to respond, and then I'll come to you. Do you want the mic? Okay.
Yeah, thanks. All good questions and things we think about all the time. Yeah, I mean, happy to go into much more detail in terms of the tools. But essentially what we were trying to do is provide an overall report that could show how, in different contexts, there was a disproportionate impact on informal workers at that particular time. So we had to design a tool that would be usable across all 11 cities, measuring quantitatively things that we could report. And we know how to do those things. We're fairly good at that, but it did lack some of the depth. So we started by working with the alliances of each of those worker groups and reaching out to them, identifying contexts, and then in those contexts, we developed research partners within the alliance of workers. And we had a very short period of time to hash out across 11 cities with groups of 4 different groups of workers, what the priorities were for the tools to measure. So it was consultative and collegial, but very, very brief, because that could go on for years, right? If we all sat down and said, what's the priority for this research? So we had this sort of collaborative approach to quickly designing a quantitative tool using the types of instruments from labor force surveys and things that we're very familiar with to measure the key things, the impact on job losses, health, and earnings and things like that, so that we could map that out across 11 contexts and the different worker groups in those 11 contexts. And then we said, but we know there's a lot more to uncover, so tell us how to design the focus groups and the interviews so that we can get the nuance there as well. And to be honest, we could probably spend the rest of our lives analyzing those data. Very, very nuanced. But we were very quickly trying to produce materials that we could use for advocacy. So, you know, the nuance was there, and that kind of what filled in the gaps across the 11 cities. But we were very much trying to measure some of the same core indicators to demonstrate the impact of the pandemic. Late nights, lots of late nights, and at least 11 time zones. Yeah, and you know, the quantitative and qualitative combination as well. I think in some circles, I've dabbled in sort of intersectionality readings. My wife is a feminist psychologist, so we have all of this type of thing in the household. And in her world, the quantitative people come under, they cop a bit more flack, I think, for an economist in particular. Yeah, we run roughshod over nuance sometimes, but I appreciate that's not always the case, and there is power in numbers, and you know, there's a role for both, and I think that is the sensible position, really. But in intersectionality, I don't think it would be unfair to say that the numbers people or the quantitative people do kind of get a bit of stick for missing the bigger picture. Yeah, and then that is the one priority, I think, is the need for data. And here WeGo has sort of been a game changer. And I really can say that this time, because I was not involved, but every ICLS, every ILO meeting, WeGo sends a delegation under the fierce leadership of Joanne Vanek from erstwhile of UN Women, and with alliances of workers, and they go and they fight for every single step of the way so that we can measure in more countries and harmonize so we can compare across countries. 20 years ago, we weren't able to say much outside of like the US and a couple of European countries. Now we have a common agreed framework for defining informal employment. And the latest fight, and while we're sitting here, they're up in Geneva fighting for the concept of dependent contractors so that we can measure better Uber drivers, Uber delivery drivers, and not pretend that they're entrepreneurs, right? So it goes on. So we need data on that type of thing. And that's where WeGo's really been fantastic. But it's a separate program in WeGo that focused specifically on raising the visibility and being able to measure this, because you need data. Because without data, it's tough to make your case. Yeah. Is that fair? Okay. Oh, sorry. I thought your question was to yourself.
Okay, I'll just let you, you can hold on to that mic in case there are other questions. Are there any questions online? Yeah. Oh, Shrinjana. Okay, can you just like quickly repeat it and then I'll give it to you?
No, I wanted to to know what was the rationale behind having separated focus group discussion for the different sex, men and women. And I was thinking maybe putting them together, it depends on the context. There are certain highly conservative contexts where it is not ethically advisable for you to put them together. But also in more liberal societies, you can also put them together, and that might give you different information, different from when you separate them.
Shrunjana, I hope you got the question. Would you like to unmute yourself and respond?
Yeah, hi. Thank you. Thank you so much for the question. Actually, like the focus group discussions, as you shared, are contextual and situational as well. So we did have focus group discussions where we only had single women or widow women, and then we had ethnic women groups, and then we also had a mixed groups. So it depends on the situation and also the context or the thing that we are discussing actually with the groups. So it's not only the picture that reflects everything, but in the context of having a very strong patriarchal society, if we do not have separate focus group discussions for women, then there are chances that you lose the nuances, right? Because there are cultural barriers, and in the rural setting, there is a very strong relationship between the individuals. We share that strong social bonding. So women hesitate to share any stories of exclusions that would be against their family members or their relatives. So their close relatives as well as the distant relatives as well. So it is not intended that we do not want to, like, for us, gender is not only women, right? So we want to discuss the gendered power relations. So there are times where we have the mixed groups. For example, we were doing the couple trainings, right? So it was the man and women participating from each household, or the entrepreneur's husband or wife participating in the training program, where we could explain the sources or the forms of discriminations that women were facing at the household level and at the societal level as well. So it depends on the situation. It's very contextual and situational. Maybe my co-author has even more experiences. You would want to share something? I think it's very contextual. It's not, we are not isolating or like separating anyone, but it depends on the situation. So we had both the opinions, and we did not want to miss the nuances.
Srijana, I think you have said very nicely, explained very well. I don't see any need to explain more. I agree to what you said.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I did note 2 hands, so I am going to give it to you, and then to you, Courtney.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Julian Valencia from the Colombian Embassy. As you imagine, I come from the more practitioner world, and I will take your word, Professor Rogan, in the sense that we need the academics to get to know the knowledge and the data to put that in an actual actionable public policy. I don't really have a question, it's more like a comment. And we are glad that to understand how these intersectional studies are put in practice to relieve the needs on the populations and the communities that have been under study. And I take this opportunity to open an invitation, because our embassy and our ambassador, Maria Rosario Mina, is very interested in this kind of researches. We are more able to open spaces to create more awareness on this topic. Please feel free to contact us. My colleague Ivan is going to be here tomorrow as well. So if you have any project, any possible cooperation that we can help we are more than happy to help with any initiative that you may have.
Yes, thank you. So I am Ivan Mendoza Benitez, also from the Colombia Embassy. And as my colleague Julian has just mentioned, Colombia currently has in place the first feminist foreign policy in our history. And having said that, the reason why we are inviting all of you and we wait until the end of this session is because, in fact, Colombia is the second most unequal country in Latin America and the Caribbean, according to the UN Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, after Brazil. Gender-based violence against women, girls, and LGBTIQ persons is a widespread reality in Colombia and has affected disproportionately ethnic minorities and women human rights defenders, in particular Afro-Colombians. Currently, there is a political process at the African Union that is recognizing the 6th region, so Afro-descendant people. So those are one of the minorities most affected. And therefore, for us, intersectionality might be helpful to understand this reality and help policymakers in our country, Colombia, in a negotiation process of laws, but also national development plans to tackle these issues. And with as I said, the first feminist foreign policy in place in Colombia is because we have the first progressist government in 200 years of democratic history. So the government is very keen to work with grassroots organizations, with NGOs, to work together on these particular matters, and that's why the instruction of our ambassador was to come here and to establish those contacts, because even though it's very important to also mention our Vice President of the Republic, Francia-Elena Marquez, is the first Afro-descendant woman to have this position in Colombia, and she comes from the grassroots organizations. She comes from the civil society movement. So that's why our government also have the Africa Strategy 2022-2026, and there are funds for this type of projects. So that will be very helpful for us to maybe establish those contacts tomorrow. I will be here, and to explore those possibilities and put you in contact with the relevant offices and authorities in our country, so you can also have...
Even though I don't come from the economics background. And I'm wondering, it's kind of I hope it's a question, but it seems to me that there's a lot of value in your report to especially scholars working around questions of labor, especially labor segmentation, who may be not only economists, but at least engaging with other economic data sets. And I think even though the intra and intersectoral, there might be other scholars and other ways that are doing something similar, but the fact that this case study does that analysis so richly, but then engages it, shows the ways in which it aligns, as you used with intersectionality. So I'm interested in if you're already doing this, or you see possibilities of this, your research in this particular way you're bringing these two conversations together, can speak back to, economists and labor analysts in ways that could be useful beyond WeGo, but also beyond this particular piece of research. My sense is that there's a lot of value there, and I'm more interested in if those conversations are already happening and this can be inserted within them, or you see avenues for that. But my sense is there's a lot there.
Okay, so Courtney asked the question on access to income support and whether that was reflected in some of the findings. I think Mike can say a little bit more on that, but I think, part of the 11-city study, or at least the thinking before, was also looking at analyzing kind of national policies to support workers. And of course, given the location of informal workers, access to kind of forms of support from government during this time was quite a challenge. One, because, you know, of this position which falls out of, and we can also discuss, you know, the various informalizations within the formal sector, but being particularly within the informal sector, the lack of social protections that come with that. And then I think another thing that we found was already the kind of vulnerability of informal workers in the various countries that we were working in. That vulnerability was exacerbated during the pandemic. And at a deeper level, so we get to see in certain contexts, of course, the identity of being, you know, or at least the issue of being informal, lacking social protections, but also a lot of the workers in certain contexts also being migrant workers within these cities that they were working within, also not necessarily having the kind of protections that come with various forms of registration and things like that. And I think this was particularly something that was relevant in the India case too, particularly during the lockdown period. But yeah, definitely issues around kind of access to income support was a challenge, and it continues to be a challenge because both not having access because of the nature of the work, so not having support from the job, but also not having the support that's coming from the government as well. And then also how, I think, if I kind of recall Hannah's point about how this work can feed in or inform this. I think I'll be, you know, an optimist in this case. There was a time when the kind of work that we do probably wouldn't even be regarded as economics, but I think the world is shifting. And there's a big interest now to actually show the realities of how the economy is experienced by communities. And I think there is space to have those conversations, and it's great to see these discussions happening across sectors, but also having that conversation, right, about, well, how knowledge is produced, but also who are we having these conversations to? What do we do with that knowledge beyond that? And I think the conversation is now including spaces and, you know, activists, researchers, policymakers, practitioners, diplomats, and I think that's the kind of engagement that we need if we're actually truly wanting to address the issues that we're wanting to do. And I think the benefit, or at least WIGO's biggest strength, has always been about actually producing research for advocacy and also developing the kind of data that can actually support the improvement of lives in the informal economy.
Yeah, I mean, there was a whole module in the survey about assistance. So it wasn't just cash assistance, but it was also, there were various debt relief initiatives, food parcels, and then also, if you'll remember, some countries sort of gave sort of breaks for services, so you didn't have to free water and electricity during the crisis. So what we tried to do is measure in those 11 cities that had some sort of cash support or other type of support, whether it was reaching people and whether it was enough, and then or if the coverage was good. So in South Africa, the first round was in April, May 2000. So in South Africa, there wasn't even the idea of a social relief of distress grant then. So South Africa is one of those countries where there was basically nothing for informal sector workers. Other countries very quickly were able to sort of rejig their social protection architecture, their digital social protection systems, and actually get cash to people. We eventually did, but very slowly. But so there's a lot of nuance across the 11 cities, but if I had to summarize the findings with any type of assistance, whether it's cash or food security or services or debt relief, I would say poor coverage or uneven coverage. Where it was received, it was not enough, and it was very short-lived. So by the second round of our study, those who had received some sort of support, it was pretty much long gone. Different for South Africa, where our SRD grant was just kind of taking hold, but still very few people had coverage a year into the pandemic. And yeah, it's interesting. The labor market segmentation literature is largely sort of associated with left-leaning economists, or maybe even heterodox economists. But it's something that's interested us as being an alternative explanation for the structure of the informal sector in middle and low-income countries. So, as it just happens, we had worked out kind of a book project with the United Nations University World Institute for Development Economic Research, UN WIDER, to co-produce a book critiquing some of the, or exploring, depending on your level of comfort as a contributor, sort of some of the shortcomings of the classic labor market models of understanding the structure of labor markets. And we kind of sketched out a few chapters, and our contribution was always going to be sort of labor force analyses, sort of econometric analyses, showing that segmentation is probably a more valid theory for understanding, and what would that mean for policy compared to sort of the standard World Bank, IMF approach to the structure of informal sectors. And then the pandemic hit, and we did produce the book, but it was more about the pandemic and how it affected different groups of workers. So it was in my work plan for about 2 years at WeGo, was to push labor market segmentation and show how it might help us think differently about policy. So yeah, that's a question I have as well. I don't have a good sense of who needs to hear it either. I think sociologists would be very, very comfortable with hearing that and might actually point out they've been saying that for 200 years. Whereas economists, it's still kind of, it's gradually gaining acceptance, I think. And something we do at WeGo, and I'm sure other grassroots organizations do, is we put economists in this area because they have such a large impact oversized impact on policy. So we always feel like we need to sort of focus our attention that way, sort of providing alternative explanations for kind of the mainstream policy sort of spaces, I guess, for lack of a better word. But yeah, I'm also it's a framework that I find quite appealing. But how much traction it'll have, I have a hard time sort of understanding or seeing. Yeah. Ziviwe, do you want to?
I like the framework because it gives me that sense of the degree of informality when you look at the informal economy.
Yeah, yeah.
Really interesting.
Thank you. So it seems like we have a few questions online. So, Melody, do you have a mic with you? Okay.
I don't know if there's any more questions for Mike and Sibiwe. But there are a couple of questions online. I just wanted to start off with I think Kachan is typing that one, but I'll read it aloud for everybody. Patricia says, "Hi, I do have a question. Lama, first of all, once analyzing land security and ownership, if you consider only married, single, and widows, in your analysis, the second wives and informal spouses are also a very vulnerable group, and it seems to be totally ignored. Any reasons for considering those vulnerable groups? Also, did you include non-binary groups in the research?" That is from Patricia, and I believe Kachan is responding to that online. Do you want to also?
I'd like to respond. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I think the question is very important, actually. I thank you, Patricia, for giving the question. Actually, we would not stop any second wife if there is one, but by the law in our country now, second wife is not very common. Before it was there, but these days we don't have. But even if there is one, that it was accepted. So we understand that, and we also accept your perspective. they are more vulnerable more than others. They are considered equally. And non-binary group also, we were looking for non-binary groups in our project area, but for our, disappointment, we didn't get any. Thank you.
Thank you. We also had a question earlier on. Maybe we can just, I don't know, maybe we can factor into the discussions tomorrow since we are rounding off. It was before our lunch break. So this is from Pratima, and she says, given the linkages between GBV and power, is the education department in India, this was specific to India, and in other countries focusing on the transformation of this through curriculum development and programs for intervention at a school level. I don't think our Indian speakers are still there who are presenting, but I think it's something that maybe can factor into the discussions tomorrow and the broader thinking for this session. Thank you.
I think I'm going to open up for just like one more round, and then I'll hand over to Siviwe for closing remarks. So I noted your hand. Is there anyone else? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tsepo Michael, and I'm also from the economist sector, as it was a concept that was trending in some of the conversations. And intersectionality, what a very interesting concept on its own. And even thinking about it, with its emergence, I think it's important that individually we should be open to seeing and looking at the signs of times, recognizing the change in certain dynamics within humanity. I think outside the scope of research, particularly based on evolution, and now I'm broadening perspective, like in recognition of this year being commemoration of the past 30 years of democracy, of course, especially from a South African perspective. There's been a strong emergence to change. In fact, I would like to quote one of a few pieces or articles that I read about intersectionality. It says, coined by Kimberly Crenshaw in the late 1980s. It is emphasizing that people's experiences of oppression and privilege are shaped by multiple overlapping identities. This perspective emphasizes that issues cannot be fully understood by examining categories in isolation, as they often interact in complex ways to influence individual and group experiences. So with that being said, I think there's a growing strong growth for awareness. And us, like I said, watching and observing the signs of the times that we live in, it is completely different compared to how it was back then. For example, just to mention a typical example, in several industries, especially in South Africa, there's a strong change from traditionalism to liberal point of views. And that drives greater change and innovation as far as where we're heading towards. So this is typically a comment to say, with this concept that is newly introduced as intersectionality, I'd like to believe there's a very good direction, because at the end of the day, even if you can check properly in significant industries, there's a strong occupation of diverse genders even in high positions of prominent or significant positions. And with that being said, especially those that are led particularly by women, it digs deeper the concept of change that we need to adopt to. And so reluctance to push as far as that, I think it would be the same reluctance as to not want to change from oppression. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think your points are also, just kind of like summarizing some of the things that we had touched on in the morning. So thanks for that. So I think we are going to close. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Siviwe, just to have our closing remarks. Okay.
No, maybe I'll go in the front. No, I'm going to be brief, because this is, I think, often regarded the graveyard session, and I can see people are drifting. I just wanted to just give my thanks to all of the presenters for the day, and also our case study authors who joined online. I know some of our South Asian colleagues, the time difference was not really accommodating for them. So much thanks to all those who joined online. Kanchan, Srajana, Maren, I think also was joining online. So thank you all. And also to our case study authors who traveled long distances to come and join us for this 2-day workshop. I think one of our hopes for this workshop was for there to be a robust discussion, and I think the kind of engagement that you all received, even at this time in the afternoon, shows how rich all of these case studies have been for our understanding on intersectionality, just based on the context of experiences in the global South. The sessions are going to continue tomorrow, and we're looking forward to them. And I do want to just quickly hand over to Avela or Melody to kind of give us a little bit more information in terms of the times and the discussions that we'll be having tomorrow. But thank you all.
I think Melody has stepped out. So, oh, there you are. Do you want to take it? I didn't see. No, I didn't see. I just looked there and then.
Okay. I've not stepped out. I'm still here. I hope I'm visible. Okay, so I just want to start off with what's happening after this. I think most of you would have noted in our program that we have a cocktail dinner. So there is going to be a cocktail dinner. We're going to try and move it a little closer because it was scheduled for 6. We're going to try and move it a little closer. We're going to try and organize that. But in the meantime, there are refreshments on the other end. So you can use the time to socialize, rest a little, tour SCIS, for those of you who have never been here, and relax for the next couple of minutes, and then myself and Avela will then come to all of you and let you know if preparations are done for the dinner. Okay, and then tomorrow, same time as today, it's 9 o'clock for 9:30. Please arrive on time so that we can at least conclude the day a little bit more earlier. The later we start, the later we end. And tomorrow we will have 2 final presentations from the case study authors. And then we are also going to have 2 panel discussions tomorrow. So come prepared, especially for policy panel and talking about grant making in the Global South. So we'll be here. And if there's any questions or inquiries that you have, I'm here. Avela is here. We are your people. And then we will try as much as possible to resolve everything. But thank you for a very good first day. And I hope you enjoyed.